Let's do some side quests. I'm going to start off with the chain ones, the second parts, because they tend to be, shall we say, more substantial.
A fortress.
The garrison is threatening to pull their sentries from the markets.
Which means that if I get them out of the way,
I would speak with this duke about...
Saw the captain just now.
this is going to be a fairly long
Your town needs
episode, I would suspect, just because the map is covered in side quests. Isabel,
Do you have a moment, Clive?
for you
What is
to
it?
do.
It's the Duke, unsurprisingly. His Eminence has assumed full control of the garrison and put every able-bodied man to work on the fortifications. The town was left all but unguarded, so Philippe was compelled to form a citizens' watch to fill the void. And though my dear boys have been characteristically willing to assist him in this, they want for bodies. So I was wondering if you would lend them your strength, that the people of Northreach might sleep easier, if only for a few nights.
I mean, we're a little busy, but sure.
Of course. Whatever you need.
Thank you, Clive. What would I do without you? Philippe told me he had
well.
one stationed at...
Where can I find the mistress of this establishment?
Here, my lady. To whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
My name is Sabine, and it is my displeasure to be the daughter of the Duke of Oriflamme, who I understand is causing you and your town no small amount of trouble.
Ah, so it's his
I wish to
daughter that he
speak
was
to you
arguing
about
with.
what might be done.
Very well. Let us speak. I trust you'll forgive me, Clive.
Absolutely. Our conversation can wait.
Please, proceed.
As you know, my father is a most overbearing and supercilious man, and I join you in objecting to his every action. Indeed, I owe you my thanks for continuing to argue against his reckless plans. Yet I fear he is not one to be swayed by reason. No.
What will sway
He
him then?
must be made to face the consequences of his actions.
And who would make him do this?
I would. Myself and several other like-minded individuals.
Yeah.
Were you to join us, we would surely have the strength to drive him from Northreach for good.
Is this a
Does that not
ploy?
seem a trifle drastic?
I like drastic.
action is precisely what is called for. Unless you are content to see your people downtrodden and dispossessed.
No.
My father would have it that citizens exist only to serve the Empire. That they should be forced to make every sacrifice to ensure her revival. But he is wrong. It is not the people who must serve the Empire, but
Yes.
the Empire who must serve her people.
I fully agree.
He's always been like this. Scornful of the opinions of anyone he judged beneath him. But he cannot be allowed to ride roughshod over the common folk any longer. We
Quite right,
must
dear.
fight him by all possible means.
Fight him? No. My purpose is to quell the tension in Northreach, not to stoke it. Respectfully, my lady. Our only chance of saving this town depends upon every one of us uniting against our common enemy. Your father and his followers included. While I understand your frustrations, I cling to the hope that he may yet be won round.
False hope, I assure you. But I see that your mind is made up. I shall bother you no longer. If you will extend me the same courtesy, I bid you good day.
Wow. I won't bother you as long as you're nice enough
Only her spirit.
to not annoy me.
Indeed. But unfortunately for us, that spirit is only likely to harden the Duke's resolve, which may be enough to seal the fate of this town. Not that she cares. This is all about her and her father.
Oh, yeah.
Please.
I'm sorry, where were we? Ah, yes. I was about to tell you of Philippe's plans for the town watch, but perhaps it's better that you heard them from him. I believe he's in the market, if you'd be so kind as to seek him out.
Right away.
Sure.
It's just a pity I cannot join you. I'd like to see the two of you in action together.
Yes. I'm sure there are many things. Hello, Torgal. I'm sure there are many things that you'd like to see us do.
So you are content to abandon the people to their fate? Please, I beseech you. If you are a true son of Northreach, you must fight to defend your home.
That's what he's doing.
That's exactly what I am doing, milady. Or trying to, at least. The land is crawling with fiends, and someone has to keep watch.
Because your father...
Even when our true enemy is hiding in the garrison? Fine. You're not the only able-bodied man in Northreach. Thank you so much for your help.
She's a little bit bratty, isn't she?
She cornered you too, then?
Could hardly get a word in edgeways.
Yeah.
Like father, like daughter, eh?
She made an uninvited appearance at the Vale earlier, hoping to convince the Dame to join her in fomenting rebellion.
I bet that went well. Her ladyship seems to have a way with people.
That's one way of describing it, yeah.
What brings you here?
Our mutual friend
Plans.
thought you might welcome some help.
Oh, she did she? Right, as always.
Mm.
In fact, you're just the man.
Ooh.
We've had some reports, you see. Sightings of, you know what.
They're back.
Akashic.
Seems that way. All over, too. We haven't been able to confirm anything yet, but if you're willing, you could go and see what's what.
Right. Where should I look?
You know Grieger's Weep? One of the sightings places them somewhere on its shores.
I'm on my way.
Thank you,
That
Clive.
the north.
I'll look into one of the other sightings. Let's rendezvous back here later.
No, Grieger's Weep is not. Grieger's Weep is down here. I was thinking it was the sea to the north, but it is not. It is this pond. What are we actually looking for? I'm assuming some...
Damn it.
Ah.
Reports were true.
Oh, level 40.
Stop them before they get to the town.
So if we had a... Stay down. I'm Batman. Where have you... Oh, hello. Oh, did the thing just cure them? Oh, shit. There's another one. Oh, it's hidden there. Get out of it. I've made a real fist of this. To the extent that I've actually managed to use Shiva twice in the same fight. Terrible play, Demajen. Absolutely awful.
Call that a test, Ultima?
Don't say that.
Clive, it's me.
Hello.
Are you alright?
I am. But it seems the reports were true. The thralls have returned.
Well, shit.
Dispatched the few that I found, though.
Well, there's something, I suppose. But what were they doing south of town? They all came from the north last time. We might be able to fend off an attack from one side or the other, but from both?
Do you have eyes in the north?
Some. I should probably go and have a look, though, just to be sure. You head back to Northreach. I want you there just in case war breaks out while I'm away.
What do you mean?
Her ladyship's been busy working her magic on the
God.
townspeople, stirring up ill feeling towards her father. She'll have her marching on the barracks if we're not careful.
Just what we need.
This is exactly what the Dame was afraid of. I'll do what I can to calm things down. Be careful out there, all right?
Don't worry, I'm not like you. One sniff of those things and I'm running back to town screaming blue murder.
Well, shit. Can't say I'm surprised, though.
Do you not see, Father? The people of Northreach have given enough, and only a fool would ask for more.
Listen to me, Sabine. Where would our people be without their country, hmm? The Empire is their sword and their shield. It is she that ensures they can live without
Well, they're not doing a very
fear.
good job of it.
And now she teeters on the brink. Without their sword, how will the people fight? Without their shield, how will they protect their kin? Can the unarmed stand against the advancing hordes? No. But there is yet hope. A new shield, a new sword. A new empire.
Rousing speech, sir.
We can rebuild Sandbreck, just as great Griga wills it.
Justifying
Perhaps we could,
things with your
Father.
religion.
But we don't want to. Not if it is built on the broken backs of the people.
Please, let us not quarrel in the street. You must see that no good will come of this. Our fight is not with each other, but with the threat that draws ever closer to our gates. A threat that your sword has yet to rid us of, Your Eminence.
You will hold your tongue, whore. You may have filled my daughter's head with your heresy, but I will not be corrupted.
Corrupted? Your daughter's opinions are her own, as you would know if you had ever deigned to listen to her. At least I hope they are your opinions, and not posturing born of a family feud. Northreach deserves better than that.
Northreach deserves better than you, Carla. Yes, I know who you are. The slut of Twinside who bedded a branded.
Jealous, are you? That a woman might choose a bearer over a pious man of Griga.
Clive! I met a swarm of thralls coming south from Oriflamme. Hundreds of them. Too many to count.
No. Work on the fortifications has scarcely begun. We will retreat to Caernarvon and there make our stand.
So you'd abandon the town?
Did you hear me? That was an order.
While this is but a heartfelt plea, let us make our stand here and protect our homes. Protect those that we love. Together, for Northreach!
You heard the Dame? What are we waiting for? Pikemen to the gates. Archers to the roofs. Quickly, come on!
The selfishness of
She is
Empire.
but a common.
Whore, yes. And we'd follow her to the gates of hell.
Serves you right, mate. Self-interest and empire above the people is never going to go down well with the people.
The men have their orders, and they look like following them. I got them spaced out at regular intervals. Whichever direction the thralls strike from, there'll be someone there to meet them.
Thank you, Philippe. Rest assured the people will play their part. The herbalist has donated her stock of medicines to me. Should any of your men be injured, take them to the Vale. We'll see to them there.
Thank you, milady. I will.
I'll play my part too. You still want for numbers. Unlike the enemy.
And if there's one thing that we can do,
There's some way to evening the odds. Philippe,
it's fight.
can I leave the south in your hands? I doubt the thralls by the lake were the last of their number.
Of course. I'll lead a party down that way so we don't get taken by surprise.
We'll go and deal with a horde.
I'll make my way up the road to Oriflamme. I fought a few of these things. And while I can't promise to hold them all back, I should be able to...
Not with my skills, we won't.
But take care.
Thank you. Both of you.
You can thank us when it's over.
Till then, madame.
Right. Onwards to the north. Doesn't seem like there's a horde. Mind you, they can teleport in and out, can't they? So that meaneth nothing.
This is more like it. Come on then. Test me. This one.
Right, we don't seem to have a...
This one.
Oh! That was absolutely intentional. Yes, 100%.
Is it over?
No.
No. It's only just begun. This one. Over here.
Let's deal with the spectres first. Oh, hello. Hello. My timing just isn't very good. Right. Oh, married. The parry system is really interesting. Keep forgetting how that works. Yes. The block and dodge timings I've had issues with for the entire game. I don't know if it's the frame rate.
That looks to be the last of them.
I don't know if it's just my reaction times are really slow, but it always feels like you need to hit it earlier than you would expect. And that feels odd. Because it's still quite a tight timing. It's just earlier.
Clive.
It feels
Good to
daft
see
to
you.
still be talking about this like 50 hours into the game.
The road to Oriflamme is clear.
For now.
How did you and your men fare?
Well, we ended up fighting for our lives down by the lake. Took a few nicks, but nothing the girls of the Vale can't put right.
Glad to hear it.
Well, it seems we've survived. For the time being, at least. I thank you both for answering the call.
You were right,
Oh shit.
and I was wrong. About
Well,
everything.
no, not about everything.
I
We
had
do
thought that
need...
the only way to unite the people was under the banner of empire. That without a strong hand to
We
guide
still
them,
need the sword and the shield.
they would drift apart. To be borne hither and yon by the eddying currents of fate. But you brought them together. Not by force, nor by the exercise of goddess-given authority, but by simply being one of them. By knowing what they feel, because you feel it yourself.
Power to the people.
Our purpose was ever the same, Your Eminence. You were merely distracted by a loftier vision of empire and glory, while our eyes beheld matters closer to home.
You have the right of it again. As did you, Sabine. His radiance said it himself. Sanbreque is naught without her citizens.
Well, he said that before he went
I
nuts.
forgot that.
Well, before he
I am sorry.
became twisted
too,
by his listening
Should
to
never
his
have
wife.
taken things so far. I only wanted you to understand how the people felt. How I felt. But my anger got the better of me.
Do not blame yourself, my dear. This was my doing. I should have listened to you. To all of you.
This is true.
Your Eminence, Your Ladyship, I do not doubt that you came here with the best of intentions. But I believe the same could be said of us all. We all want safety, security, prosperity. Not just for Northreach, but for the entire realm. And we may yet achieve it.
Just need to go about it in a slightly less...
Will you join us in this?
do what I say.
Yes.
Boot.
We shall.
Way.
Thank you,
Why?
Your Eminence. Now that that is settled, I must go and see to the wounded. The Vale's doors are always open to any soldier in need of relief. And today there are more than ever before.
Madame Isabel is a rare soul indeed. In these dark times, I see that it is not men like me who should lead the realm, but women like her.
You're right. If only I'd listened to her when I had the chance.
Forgive me for saying so, milady, but you still do. The dame said it herself. We can turn things around. We just have to work together.
Together!
And that goes for you, too. You're one of us now.
Far, far too much Elden Ring.
Well said, Captain. Let this be a new beginning,
All's well
not only
that
for
ends in
Sanbreque,
well.
but for us.
Well, since there's nothing more to be done here, I should see if Isabel needs any help moving the wounded.
Clive leaves without nary a word.
Can we get you anything?
Speak with Isabel. A little bit of backstory about Isabel and her relationship with the bearer. Wonder if she's going to talk about that now.
How goes the treatment of the wounded? I'd be happy to man one end of a stretcher if it would help.
You've helped quite enough for one day, Clive. Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Oh, but I must. After all you've done for this
Are we going to get a
town,
new sign?
it is the
Seems
very
the sign of the veil. That seems to be a thing.
Tell me, if Northreach had fallen, what would you have done? A woman of your means could find a home anywhere in the realm, but I sense you would rather have died here.
It's a long story.
For you, madame, I have all the time in the world.
Oh.
Very well. Long ago, I had a life in the crystalline dominion. I was Carla then, courtesan to the nobility. So sought after was I that it was only they who could afford my time. Alas, those halcyon days were not to last. For naive as I was, I fell in love with a bearer. He was my master's guard, the gentlest man I have ever known. After they discovered us together, he was whipped bloody and forbidden from ever looking at me again. And so we fled. Not that we had anywhere to flee to. We wandered, aimless and starving, half dreading, half praying that the next day would be our last. Until we found ourselves here, in Northreach.
Something very soothing about her
It
voice.
was the veil that took us in, that fed us, clothed
Oh,
us.
I was under the impression that Isabel had started the veil.
Those that could be healed at least.
That's clearly not the
That
case.
was already too far gone.
It was already established before she
Passed away.
arrived.
He did. Not long after we arrived.
So she stayed here.
But at least we were able to share a few moments of peace before the end. It was the greatest gift I have ever received. But the generosity of this town and her people did not end there. The men and women of the Vale supported me through my grief. Shared in it, though I was still a stranger to them. They treated me like a sister. And so I swore that I would always do the same. That I would return the kindness that Northreach showed me. That I would repay my debt to the Vale.
And you have done many time over.
Thank you, Isabel, for sharing this with me.
And us.
You're a lot like him, you know. Perhaps that is why I have such a soft spot for you. Never stop fighting, Clive.
The fact that Clive is somewhat handsome also helps, I imagine.
That it will not be easy to keep Northreach together. But our efforts will be rewarded. Just look at us now. The people, the soldiers, even the Duke of Oriflamme and his daughter, all united in defense of this town that we have come to call our home. And what of you? Can we count on your support too?
For as long as we are...
Always.
Always might be a stretch, Clive. But, yeah. Under new management. Ooh! Ooh! We can get it from quests. The emblem of the Vale, Northwich's far-famed house of ill repute. The town is the gateway to the imperial capital of Oriflamme, where waves of old money and new lap... of old money and new lap against the opposing sides of the Great Wall.
We have brought Northreach together. Now the fight begins to keep her together. For if this town is to survive, we must all play our part. Including you, Clive.
You are right, boy.
That which conquers all. Here, not long removed from when last you placed yourself between us and peril, I sit and pen yet another letter in which I try and find the words to somehow express the gratitude of an entire town. Still, something feels different about our latest triumph. Where in the past we leaned ever so heavily upon your good graces, this time we find strength elsewhere, in ourselves. Our hardship has shown us that which should Our hardship has shown us that which should have been apparent all along. We are not as different as we want to believe. Does a peasant love his homeland any less than a noble? Does a bearer love his family any less than another man does his own? It is this love that has united us and given us true strength. Should every thrall, akashic, bandit and brigand in the realm come charging our gates, we will not fret. We will not falter. We will fight. And we will win. Nectar! Ask about hunts. Oh, 2 out of 3. What? The Grim Reaper? Wonderful. Right, rank A, Grim, Cape Orsier, Sombrec. So that's opened up because we've done that quest. Oh, and a Dragoon. Also A rank. Dragoon. Penitent's Gates, Sombrec. Okay, that's a bit smaller than I was expecting. What are you? The Prince of Death. It's a great name. Come on then, Prince of Death.
That's another one.
Sorry, I was... Ow. I'm going to get hit by everything. How about that? Yeah, this guy's only level 40, so... Oops. Oops. Just realised I've got no health potions, have I? Soul Harvest. Oop.
We're all ready.
We're all ready. Oops. I thought I heard the sound for that, but I guess not. Yeah, that was fairly straightforward. Give me some of that dark, whatever it was. Nice.
I'm getting tired of these things.
I don't know, I think they're quite cool to fight, to be honest. One assumes that this is the best sword that we can get, unless there's an Ultima sword hidden.
Sancfordian, dear. Should last you a good while.
Half past twilight. Craft the legendary sword Gotterdammerung. Okay, that's our ultimate weapon then. Nice. So, what do we need for...
Yeah. What do you want?
I keep doing that. Right, so we need another orichalcum for that. So we need 2 more orichalcum. Ooh, and we have our next reputation rewards. I wonder how much AP is required to cap everything.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper.
Thanks.
Is everything we've received and everything promised?
If the drunken galley captain I shared a table with last night is to be believed, word of your exploits has made its way across the seas to the great continent. What is more, she claims there are those who would see you flourish, herself being one such woman. Gera.
Here you are. Come
Nice.
again. I may have more.
What do you do, Genji gloves? I'm assuming you're a damage increase because you're Genji gloves. %5 damage for everything. I didn't restock my potions. Oh, hello. Well, I mean, at least we'll, Knight of the Splendent Heart. At least when we die, we'll respawn in a...
You're the outlaw! The one who drove his highness to madness! On your knees!
What? He hasn't heard. And it doesn't look like he's willing to listen.
Oh, he doesn't know that Dion's alive. Sit down.
This one. Not good. I'm hurt.
Oop, ow. Why did that not block at all? That's really difficult to time for. I think you've got to hit it just as he starts. So I knew we were very likely to die for that because we got no healing at all. But now we do. Why does that?
I'm hurt, Torgal.
Oh, that just goes straight through. Okay. Concentrating. That's the timing. Jeez. Now, Torgal. Phantom March. Oops. Shiva? Whee! Ouch! Whew. Crossy crossy. Yeah. Not much for that.
Damn it. Dion would have been glad to have you back at his side.
I love the fact that Torgal comes through the controller. Now, what do you need to remember, Demajen? You need to remember that in your inventory, you have multiple potions that can bring you back from death, or fill your health to full, etc, etc. So whilst this level 50 enemy might seem daunting, you've got a ton of stuff that you can use to get it down. Also, we are... I don't know how many levels higher we are. Right. Here it goes then. Also, we didn't have Shiva last time. That was a good start.
There's a good boy. Let's roll ready. All yours, Torgal.
Do 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 do. I feel like once I drop this, it's gonna like fly off. Yeah. Okay, that did not work as I was expecting it to. Shouldn't have used that there. Don't know why I used that there. Okay, 75k. Okay, that didn't dodge for whatever reason. Ouch. Fighting for my life here. Oof. That. Oh. Nope. Oops.
Thanks, boy.
Shit. Nope.
Nice try.
My hands are very sweaty. You didn't need to know that, I know. Done that. I knew it was going to get up. Shit.
Not good. That's better.
Oh. Not a lot there. don't know whether this will hit it.
All yours, Torgal.
Ooh.
Over here.
I... Just making sure. 25,000 XP. Okay then. Whew. Over 47. Orichalcum. Fallen Enigma. Good for Gil. Good for Gil. Good for Gil.
Definitely not to be trifled with.
No. No, Clive. Not at all. Ooh. That's a fun fight. I suspect, as I've been saying multiple times now for these hunts, I suspect you could do that a lot earlier if you were any good at the game, but I'm not. Lubor. Still here.
Back.
Yes.
Thanks, but I'll be traveling light. I'm almost finished already, in fact.
You're really going to go through with this then?
I am. But before I go, there is one small issue I'd like your assistance with.
Okay.
Well, two, in fact.
The children.
If it's within my power to help you, I will.
Ta-da.
Children. I refuse to let them share in my disgrace. And if I leave them here, they surely will. Our friendship would see them ostracized forever. But I can't take them with me either.
So are you going to turn them
think of
against
only
you?
one place where they are certain to be
Oh.
safe and provided for and loved. The hideaway.
Well, we've got a number of children there already.
Of course. The children would be more than welcome.
Thank you, Clive. I will not forget.
They're not going to go easy, of course.
Lubor, are you still here?
What is it, Ferda? You look pale.
There's been a flood in the Velcroy, a damn big one.
Uh-oh.
The League of Outlaws encampment was completely submerged in ether. Every last one of the bastards has turned.
Oh.
And they're headed
That's
this
less to be hard
That's one
about.
thing. But Akashic bandits are quite another. The town guard won't stand a chance against them. We need to evacuate. There's no time to lose. Ferda, gather the men. The Akashic may strike at any moment. We must make ready to cover the townspeople's escape.
They're not going to listen to you,
What are you waiting for?
Yes, my lord.
Clive, change of plan. The children stay with me for now. I need you to find Conrad and Natalie. Tell them to prepare for a full and immediate evacuation.
Understood.
Yeah, because they're not going to listen to
I can
Lubor.
convince everyone else. Wish me luck.
Good luck with it. It's a very nice rug, I've just noticed. Lines in the sand, too.
You have to listen to me.
What's an Akashic? Indeed,
Why do
Rens.
they always have to make such a fuss out?
These two standing here again.
Ah, it's you.
What do you want, Lord Underhill?
To pass on an important message. There's been an ether flood out in the Velcroy. The camp where the so-called League of Outlaws were gathering has been swallowed. They're no longer just bandits. They're Akashic now, and they could be here at any moment. You need to begin preparing for a full-scale evacuation right away.
Oh, do we? And who was it who gave you this disturbing news, might I ask?
Lubor, perhaps? The man spreading the same poison out
Oh,
in the
just
square as
fucking
we
die
speak.
then.
You may believe his lies, my lord, but we know better.
But why would he lie about something like this?
Some twisted attempt at revenge, perhaps. If he had not been unmasked, he may well have been elected our leader.
These people,
A great honor
just
for
like
one of his
Annabella,
kind.
deserve
One
everything
he
that's
might
coming
well
to
feel
them.
aggrieved at having been denied.
Lord Underhill, forgive me, but it has become all too evident where your sympathies lie. Lubor cannot be trusted, and neither...
I would just love it if video games gave you the option when dealing with characters like this of just
But for the sake of
letting
your
them...
people, ask yourselves if there is any chance that this is true.
There isn't. You can be certain of that. Now be off with you.
Fine.
You're making a mistake.
But it's their mistake to make. Let them do it.
They're not going to listen to me. We'll just have to do what we can without them. I should speak to Lord Ferda.
Oh, we should just leave them to it. Let them take their bigotry to the grave.
What's Lubor raving about now?
I'm sorry if I seem less than tolerant of bigots, but I'm not. Let's just do some shopping instead.
Are you looking for something in particular?
Oh. Rift Slip.
My thanks.
I'll have that. Rift Slip was the...
Go with Gilbert.
Deceit.
Lord Ferda.
Sid, what's wrong?
I went to warn Conrad and Natalie about the Akashic, but they wouldn't listen. They've convinced themselves that nothing Lubor says can be trusted. The bloody fools.
Yep.
Which means the town guard can't be counted on for support. But I can. If there's anything I can do to help you defend Dalamil, you only have to ask.
I appreciate it.
Sid! Ferda! I've been looking for you everywhere.
Victor? I thought you'd left.
Again.
I couldn't abandon a friend in need. And Lubor is in need at this very moment. Come quickly.
Good.
You have to believe me. The Akashic are coming. They don't eat. They don't sleep. They don't tire. And they don't care who they kill. They're unlike anything that's come before. There won't be no parley, no mercy granted. We may have saved the town once, but this is different. I do not ask that you forgive me, but please believe me. If you do not run, you will die. You will all fucking die!
Let him.
You'd like that, wouldn't you, bearer?
Yeah, with us out of the way, your kind will be free to claim Dalamil for yourselves.
It's you who should run!
Run, bearer!
Yeah, run!
Run!
Far, far away!
Just go. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes!
Go on, then.
Just go.
Lubor.
Wait. Someone's coming. No.
Come on.
Stop! You're hurting him! What did Lubor ever do to you? He solves all your stupid problems and he keeps all of you safe. You know there's nothing he wouldn't do for this town. Who was it who made that cleaver you use every day, Conrad? And what about your counting table, Natalie? Who fixed that? Whose men make sure the streets are clean so all your boots don't get dirty? Who spends all day, every day making sure things run smoothly round here? And none of you ever say thank you. Ever.
But did Lubor ever complain? Well? Does he ever stop smiling?
He keeps this whole place going! And you act like it doesn't even exist!
From the mouths of babes.
Lubor, we've heard enough.
Wait!
We will not run. The town guard will not abandon the very place it is sworn to protect.
And I will not give up for lost the stores that we labored so hard to fill.
So tell us, how do you propose we deal with these Akashic of yours?
There's nothing you can do.
We won't run, but we will fight.
All right, then.
Tiny detail, but the blood came off on the bracer.
Gather round if you don't want to die.
Well, that's something at least. That scene was very well done, once again. Because of course you are supposed to be angry
Allow me to explain the situation.
about these bigots.
The ether flood occurred near the village of Cheratina, deep in the Velcroy. The place had been abandoned for years, until the League of Outlaws decided to make it their base of operations. Now they're all turned, and if the scouts' reports are correct, heading in this direction.
They are mindless monsters, driven only by hate and rage. And they are utterly unpredictable. With the bandits, we at least knew how and where they were likely to attack. When these creatures come, Dalamil will have the bitterest fight it has ever faced on its hands. The town guard will muster at the north gate. The rest of us will take the south.
Isn't there an east gate?
Both forces will provide men to serve as scouts and messengers, ready to spread word of the size and nature of the Akashic force as soon as it is spotted. And as soon as it has been, we will converge on its position and see that it is driven back from Dalamil at all costs. Conrad, can I count on the support of the town guard?
Always.
I leave the selection and coordination of the messengers in your hands, Victor. And the command of our men in yours, Ferda. If you would both be so kind.
Consider it done.
As you wish.
Natalie, I would ask that you and your people have the townsfolk barricade themselves inside the bathhouse. And tell the merchant not to waste time securing anything beside the essentials. Preserving life is our one and only concern. As long as we survive, it doesn't matter what trinkets we might lose. Our riches can be regained. And if anyone doubts that, let it be known that the Briar's Kiss stands ready to cover any losses.
Very well. I shall tell them.
Where do I fit into this plan?
Where else but the most perilous place of all?
Yeah, of course.
I would like you to travel to the home of our erstwhile League of Outlaws, Cheratina itself. The main host is most likely still there, and Dalamil will not be safe until it is eradicated root and branch.
A little gardening. How pleasant.
I doubt it. I have a feeling these weeds will be particularly stubborn.
Yes.
Luckily, so am I.
We hadn't noticed.
So you are.
Okay, Lubor's noticed.
We all know what we have to do. Now it's simply a matter of doing it. For Dalamil.
For Dalamil. Where is Cheratina?
Looks like everyone's ready. I'd better
Out
not
this
keep
way.
them waiting.
Make for Cheratina.
There's the flood. But what's waiting for us inside?
Friends. Akashic friends. Zantetsuken does so... not Zantetsuken. Just so little damage. I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, Christ. Leashing distances. If you compare the amount of damage that we're doing... It's weird. I feel like, since Odin was the last one that we got, I feel like it should be a lot better than it actually is. Again, unless there's something that I'm missing.
Can't leave a single one alive.
But it can do that. I wonder if that's the point. Ow. Oh, really? Doesn't deal very well with big guys. Neither does this camera.
Nice try.
Ow! Will you stop? Yeah, it doesn't... No. I just... It feels so much slower. It's weird that they've
The League is disbanded.
made Zantetsuken feel weak.
I should get back to Dalimil and see how the others fared.
Maybe there's something I'm missing. You know, Dancing Steel seems really cool as an ability, as an ultimate.
All the Akashic we were able to find have been dealt with.
But again, it mostly seems to be about raising that Zantetsuken gauge, so there's no point putting it on another.
Lubor, Sir Clive has returned.
Clive! What news from Charatina?
It's done. Root and branch.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Thank you, my lord.
Friends, the Horde has been driven back. The Akashic have been defeated. And we need not fear the arrival of any more, thanks to Clive.
Lord Underhill.
Victory is ours.
We bloody did it.
We saved Dalimil.
But you're still a bearer. So what's that for?
Lubor, allow me to apologize. After all you have done for this town, we should never have doubted you.
That's prejudice for you, isn't
But
it?
we did. And for that we are truly sorry. We only hope that you can forgive us.
We need you, Lubor. Dalimil needs you.
Mm.
So, if you would still like to be considered for the position of mayor, you have our backing.
You do remember that I'm a bearer, don't you?
We do. But that is not a stain on your character.
Learning.
It is a stain on ours. We thought only of what we perceived bearers to be, not what you truly are. The man who saved Dalimil twice over.
But it took that crisis to make you see.
But I will only accept your proposal on 2 conditions.
Name them.
Firstly, that you will both do everything in your power to rally your people to my cause. If the Town Guard and the Merchants League do not accept my leadership, it will be doomed from the start.
Mm-hmm. Shouldn't be too difficult, I wouldn't think.
Unity is the key to defending Dalimil, and I do not doubt that we shall need to call on our combined strength again. When that time comes, I will expect us all to pull together, just as we did today.
Of course. You have our word.
And secondly, you will accept that if I am to lead you, the mistreatment of bearers must end here in Dalimil. Any bearer within our walls shall be afforded the same rights as any other citizen. They will not be judged by what they are, but who they are.
As we failed to do, and came so close to losing everything.
We agree to your conditions. And we have only one in return. That you continue to work for the good of Dalimil, as you always have.
Condition accepted. Well then, it seems my mayorship is all but confirmed. Do I get some sort of special hat?
You get a badge, little pin badge, like our collection. Yes, judging people by who they are and not what they are.
Fickle fate can be.
It's a lesson
So
for all of
long
us.
ago, I had resigned myself to leaving Dalimil in disgrace. And now, I find myself her leader.
All part of the plan.
Yeah. For everything.
Another pin badge? No, a sign. A sign for the Briar's
Lubor.
Thorn vest?
About the
Whatever
children.
it was.
Fear not, you are of course relieved of your responsibility. I would sooner face another horde of Akashic than see them brought up as outlaws. I'll make sure they're safe here.
That's harsh.
I don't doubt that you will. And not just the children, but everyone in Dalimil.
I'll do my best. Can't have all your hard work going to waste.
No, indeed. We've put another town to rights and secured its future. The children. The baby. No. I'm not entirely sure why that came to mind. 2505. Ooh, Prize Kiss. That was it. Signboard. The forge is almost as popular with travelling merchants as the trading post's famous healing baths, where the weary can soak away their saddle sores on the way to Drake's Fang. Breath of Light. Impulse. Some more meteorites. Fabulous. Sewell.
Lord Marquis, if you have a moment.
I do.
What is it, Cyril?
One of our brethren lately journeyed across the strait in order to pursue a new avenue of inquiry in our ongoing investigation. He sent an owl some while ago, but we have...
Ooh, is this going to get us through that door?
Was he surveying another fallen ruin?
No. The object of his study was a savior cult that has arisen in Ash in recent years. We believe it may have some connection to the Circle of Malleus, an ancient religion that worshipped Ultima as its god. By gaining an understanding of this new faith, we hoped to learn more of the Circle's original beliefs.
Okay, backstory, we like.
So you sent one of your brothers to Ash? A continent teeming with orcs and Akashic?
Fully cognizant of the risks, yes. I entrusted the mission to one of the most able of our
Third chair.
The third chair, a master of the arts of combat and survival both. Though he has been silent for some days now, I have thus far refrained from sending any others in search of him, lest they
So
be
not
lost
risking any more lives,
Yet,
at least.
It seemed only right to inform you of the situation, given your unique experience of the perils of Ash.
To say the least.
As you so earnestly advised me, it would not do to abandon a man to his fate, when he might yet be saved.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Cyril. You've turned it back on us.
It would not. But Ash is a big place. Can you be any more specific?
Perhaps. The last owl I received from him mentioned a village where he had heard the cult were wont to assemble. Mickelberg was its name. It lies in the southern reaches of Willowwood. If aught ill befell him...
Don't think we've been there, have we?
Right. I'll see what I can do.
You are much too kind, my lord. Go then, with my hopes, and may the Firebird's flame ever burn in your heart.
No. Name rings 0 bells.
This must be Mickelberg.
I don't know whether they have plans for DLC.
These people aren't turned.
Nope.
And the village seems safe enough at least.
Probably shouldn't say that.
What is going on here?
Is this the third chair? Oh no.
Did you too heed the call?
What's up with your eyes, mate?
Heed the call? No, I came here looking for someone. To be honest, I wasn't sure I'd find him here. Let alone all of you.
Is that so?
Yeah.
What are you doing here? Is this where you live?
It is my home. The others, they heeded the call.
That's an elevator. Isn't it? That's a fallen elevator.
They
But
came here to perform the rite. Just as
if I stand on one of those crystals, is it going to lower the entire village into the...
is that altar, where they shall cast their souls upon the gentle waters and give themselves to the Lord.
He's dead.
Give themselves.
Oh, Lord, cleanse us of our sins.
Let us be reborn in your loving arms.
Free us from the torment.
Are they turning themselves Akashic?
They want to be saved. Forgive me, but did another foreigner like me come here? He was probably wearing a cowl.
You mean the traveler from Stone? Yes. He's staying at my house, toward the rear of the village.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll go and greet him. They seek the same salvation Barnabas did. At least the third chair is still alive. Let's go and find him.
Or is he? Yoink. Yes, as I was coming through Waloed, as we were traversing the area, in the back of my mind, I was trying to figure out what the place reminded me of. And part of me was like, oh, it's like an old Irish or Scottish, a Celtic village. It's got that kind of feel to it. The entire landscape has kind of a Highlands of Scotland feel to it. But then, of course, it struck me that it actually reminds me an awful lot of Scotland in Diablo 4. Which, of course, is also built on the same kind of idea. What kind of state's this guy in? Oh, he is, in fact, alive. The Chronicles of Merkvar, being a collection of tales, is recounted to his most exalted majesty even, Lord Bjornhard of the Vildermark. As you are no doubt aware, Lord Bernhard, there was once a race of men who commanded the most forbidden of forbidden magics. But did you ever hear tell of the Executors, those charged with driving out these heretics? The order had its origins in the crystalline dominion by whose ruler's decree it was tasked with the protection of mankind and sent forth to extinguish the forbidden magic wherever rumours of its use might arise. Having in due course succeeded in their mission, and driven the utterers of the unutterable from the land, these secretive souls withdrew from the stage of history, never to be heard of again. Hooded man.
Excuse me. Are you with the Undying?
I am. And so it would appear, are you?
See?
Lord Rosfield, if I am not mistaken.
You are not.
That's right.
That's right.
And you must be the third chair.
I am.
Cyril was worried for your safety. He sent me to find you.
Then I must apologize. I did not mean to trouble the bearer of the burning quill. Much less you, my Lord Marquis.
Have you found exciting and interesting things?
Failed to report. Is there a reason for that?
I came here to study the followers of this new faith. But the more I learned of them, the more my own faith began to falter.
Indoctrination.
I've seen them at their prayers. Have you not?
Yes.
They devote themselves to the veneration of their lord.
That is an elevator.
I have never seen before. Praying night and day that they might be rid of their wicked wills and reborn in their Saviour's light. Not that they might be granted respite from their worldly woes, but so that they might continue to serve him. Serve him with all of their beings. I, too, swore to devote my life to the service of my lord and master, but this... it is different.
It is more.
And so I would see it through to the end. See these people safe, that they might achieve their dream. That they might do their duty to their lord. Even if it should keep me.
He's been drinking of the Kool-Aid.
To mine.
You do understand what their dream is, don't you?
I do, my lord. They would cast aside their wills and become a Kashik. I know that it may be hard to believe, but to these people, that is the very essence of salvation. Forgive me, my lord, but I must remain here. If you are to return to Master Cyril, I would consider it a great... Did you hear that, my lord? Something is happening.
I'll go and find out what. Stay here.
It's always quite difficult in video games or anything really to show interruptions. Oh look, a flood.
An ether flood. Oh no.
Well, it's what they prayed for.
Must be something I can do.
It's what they wanted. Oh.
Echoes as well. Found her. Come on. Over here.
Let's do this.
All yours, Torgal.
All yours, Torgal. Yeah, you have to hit a couple of times before it actually counts as being in the ultimates.
Farewell. This one.
Oops, I didn't actually mean to do that. I should probably try the other.
Over here. This one. Over here. This one.
Yeah, we just do so much more damage with our normal attack. I think if there was a way of building up the Zantetsuken gauge really quickly. Iron Giant? Iron Giant? Iron Giant. A molten Iron Giant.
We meet again.
Titus.
I've killed your kind before. Too slow. Sick.
Ow.
Titan. Nice try.
That does freeze the gauge. Oops. Oof. Yeah, that pauses the stagger gauge. See, that's cool when you can get it working, but 400 XP and a chunk of stuff. I do like those Iron Giants. I've always liked Iron Giants. Iron Giants have always cool enemies.
Damn it.
Oh. I thought you were supposed to be good. Clonk.
Don't you die. Come on.
He's dead.
I had to save them, that they might have a chance to find true salvation by devoting themselves to the service of their Lord.
And there they go.
Just as I did when the Undying plucked me from the gutter and gave me a
Yes, I thought he was supposed to be skilled in combat.
duty. To serve was everything to me, and I would not deny them that fulfillment, even if they must become
Odd quest, this storyline-wise.
in order to achieve it.
I get that it's about duty, but
I did not mean to trouble you with this. My findings. Could you deliver them to Master Cyril for me?
Sure.
Of course. Your duty will be done.
Look, my lord. They are saved.
Yes, and now I'm going to have to put them down, probably. Or not. Sometime later.
They are saved. Founder. I should get this report to Cyril.
Interesting that it doesn't let us venture forth through that gate. It's an odd quest, this one.
Marquis.
The nature of duty, I suppose,
I'm
is
glad to see you hale and whole.
what it's exploring.
With your third chair, Cyril. He bade me deliver his findings to you.
The third chair's report into the teachings of an Ashen saviour cult. Its outer edges stained with the self-same man's life blood.
Thank you, my lord. He remained in Ash?
He died protecting the villagers from an echo. I buried him in Mickelberg. I'm sorry that I couldn't save him.
If you could not save him, no one could.
The villagers, they were believers in this savior cult. They prayed to their god that they might be unburdened of their wills. Then an ether flood came. and their wish was granted. Your brother sacrificed himself that they might live, even knowing that that life was death by another name.
Then he perished defending liberty. A
Freedom.
hero's end.
Yeah, free will.
For the right to choose how one dies is no less sacred than the right to choose how one lives.
Sid would agree. He wanted to build a world where people could die on their own terms.
Yeah.
A noble ambition. To die for one's cause is the most perfect expression of one's faith. It matters not how misguided others might judge one's decision to be.
Be true to thyself.
The decision is one's own.
Or to oneself be true? What's the phrase? To thyself be true? Something like that.
We believe in them. We protect them. And yes, we die for them. For better or worse, that is our creed.
But he didn't die for your creed. He died to save them. And you still believe that what he did was right.
I believe that he believed it was. We of the Undying are not slaves, but willing servants.
Yeah.
And this was his will. The ultimate expression of it.
All right. I'd like to know this man's name, Cyril. To know the names of all the Undying who've fallen in the line of duty. They died serving my house. It's only right that I remember them. That is
Probably
my
quite
duty.
a long list.
Of course. I shall fetch the Book of Martyrs at once.
The Book of Martyrs? Because of course they have a book.
It has been, and shall ever be, the greatest honor of my life to serve House Rosfield. Though our duties may differ, yours is no less important. I pray with all my heart for your success. And were they here, I have no doubt but that every one of my fallen brothers and sisters would feel the same.
The notion of duty and service is it's a very interesting one. Oh, ho 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 ho! The emblem of the Undying's headquarters in Tabor, home to the finest leatherworkers and lapidaries in Dalmatia. Yeah, duty and service. Yeah. I am... They opened up my mind. Collect 6 signboards. Okay. I'm not a big... how do I even articulate this? This isn't so much a case of phrasing. It's an idea. I am, to all extents and purposes, a pacifist. You know, I don't believe in war and conflict as a method of settling disagreements. I can see the necessity of it, defense, etc., but I don't believe it is a solution to problems. I know it can solve problems through genocide and so on and so forth, but I don't believe that it is the way we should solve our problems if we want to progress as a species. You could argue that that is an incredibly naive point of view. I've had students tell me as such, which was quite impressive actually at the time, because most teenagers that I know don't necessarily understand the concept of naivety. But public service, doing things for the greater good of a community, and having a duty of care, if no other concept of it, is something that I do understand. You know, as a teacher, I have a duty of care. It is my responsibility to look after students, even when they don't want me to, even when they don't like me, which happens a lot. You know, students bring with them a lot of baggage. Nevertheless, there are, I mean, first of all, there are a set of laws in our country to protect children. But even if they weren't, I would consider it, you know, even if teachers didn't have a Child Protection Act and so on and so forth to follow, I would still feel that it is, as an educator, my duty to do the right thing by our students. This is why I don't talk personal politics with them. It's not just because it's the law and we're not supposed to, though apparently people do, but because I truly believe that I should not be biasing students to my own personal political beliefs. Part of our job, part of our duty is that we look out for signs of abuse, physical, mental, online abuse, which is still a massive problem and is growing exponentially thanks to social media. I'm not one of these people. This is the weird thing, you know, the whole idea about our children are our future. That's not necessarily something that I really, it's not that I don't get behind it, it's just that it's not a guiding maxim for my life. You know, I've worked with enough students to know that very few of them, realistically speaking, are going to have the opportunity to do things that will guide us and our future. You know, they are a future in the sense that they will live longer than I will. But in many cases, you know, they're already so disenfranchised and jaded with everything. So yeah, duty and service. They're interesting concepts. Doing one's duty to a lord or lady is obviously a very kind of old school thing, and obviously with the death of the Queen fairly recently, and you know, the coronation of King Charles, there were a lot of people saying, you know, you swearing your allegiance to the king, oh, it's so old-fashioned, etc., etc., etc. It's like, well, most people don't actually do that. Yeah, there's no actual requirement in our country that we do our duty and save the king, etc., etc. It's pomp and circumstance and ceremony. But a lot of people don't necessarily understand how things do or do not work in our country. We have still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 things left to find for this wall of memories. And as far as I'm aware, we're pretty close to the end of the game. Ooh. That which conquers all we've read. A new day. I'm not so foolish to believe that a single shaming at the hands of the town urchins can dispel a lifetime of hatred built up in one's heart, just as a pot cannot be made clean by reminding it of its grime. It takes effort, persistence, and more often than not, a stiff brush and a bucket of lye. But more than that, it takes time. Fortunately, your courage and leadership has granted us just that. We must now decide whether to embrace or to waste it. A wise man once said that night is always darkest before dawn. It is a good thing that I count one who burns so bright among my friends. My Lord Marquis, I write to thank you for the kind consideration you have shown for those whose names are written within the pages of the Book of Martyrs. I know that it would move them deeply to know that the first shield of the Phoenix laments their passing. Though each and every member of our order stands ready to sacrifice their lives in service of the Phoenix, I do not doubt that those who are taken before their time go with regret the long years of duty left undone. That they should live on in the memory of a proud son of House Rosfield such as yourself shall surely go some way to soothing their sorrows. May the Phoenix's flame burn ever in your heart. Huh. Marks available in region Complete. Marks available in region. Complete. Marks available in region. Complete. There are no available hunts. There are no available quests.
Ah, Clive.
Joshua, what's wrong?
And
don't say nothing.
It's not nothing. I've received word from Cyril. The Undying have found Father's will, or something akin to it.
Okay.
His will. How and where?
In the crypt beneath Rosalith Castle. After Kupka was kind enough to drive out the Imperials, the Undying took the opportunity to recover what relics of the Duchy yet remained. And in the process of doing so, they found a letter from Father.
I'm surprised anything survived down there.
Cyril asked that I join him in Tabor at my convenience. I have been meaning to go, but would you join me?
It's likely to be our last chance.
I want to know what's in that letter as much as you do.
Very well. I am ready to leave when you are.
Prioritize quest. Speak with Cyril.
Your Grace, my lord, I trust your journey was not overly onerous.
Short loading screen.
Cyril,
It's fine.
You found a letter from Father?
Yes, I have it here. If you would do us the honor, my lord.
My beloved sons, I know that I ask much of you in this coming war, but I see no other way to secure a future for our duchy and our family. Yet even should we succeed in subduing the savages and winning back Drake's breath, the threat of the Blight still looms, and only with all Rosaria striving as one might we at last overcome it. I have made plans to see us through. But such are the obstacles that stand in our way, it shall likely fall to you to continue my work. I know that you have the strength, courage, and the will to do so. This shall be an arduous inheritance, and so I offer you another, that you might be reminded of the love and the faith that I hold for both of you.
An inheritance?
It would seem the late Archduke penned this missive shortly before his passing.
The day before we left for Phoenix Gate.
What are these plans he spoke of?
His plans for the duchy, Your Grace. Your father entrusted them to my predecessor, the former bearer of the Burning Quill, who entrusted them in turn to me. The complete emancipation of bearers is their stated aim. But your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of building hospices to care for those stricken by the curse, and the founding of a new university to further the development of non-magical technologies. With the Blight spreading ever more widely across the Twins, Archduke Elwyn saw this as the only means
So
of
he
securing
foresaw the
Rosaria's
issues.
survival.
I wonder whether he had any contact with Sid.
Bearers treated as equals. To see centuries of common wisdom overturned. Small wonder he did not think it achievable within his lifetime.
But he thought it achievable nonetheless. Had he not, he would never have written this message. Nor would he have entrusted his vision to his most faithful aides. Those who would have stood with you, shielded you from the machinations of the less benevolent personages at court.
Like his wife.
It's a pity only they are still with us.
'Tis true that those most loyal to your father were the first to suffer the Duchess's wrath. But one at least remains, and she has come bearing gifts.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she explain, my lord. After all, the duties entrusted to me by my predecessor extended only to recovering his Grace's will and arranging a meeting with the one who might execute it.
Huh.
Or a part of it, at least.
Intriguing.
And where is this woman?
She awaits you in the archive, Your Grace.
Thank you, Cyril.
The archive.
Shall we then?
Yes. I am most intrigued. So Elwyn foresaw the need for magicless or non-magical progress. Archduke Elwyn's testament. No trouble. Civil's guest.
My lord, Your Grace.
Someone we know from our past.
Recognize you. I am Godditha, retainer of House Rosfield, loyal servant to the Phoenix and his shields. Your father, the Archduke Elwyn, entrusted me with the
somebody that
delivery
we
of
met?
a gift. I only hope you can forgive my tardiness in bringing it to you.
Well, most people thought we were dead.
Lady Godditha, you have our gratitude for your service to our house and to our father.
I merely did my duty, as any proud Rosarian would.
My lady, perhaps you could explain a little more. What exactly is the gift you bring?
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be presented with certain keepsakes upon their coming of age.
Yes.
It has. Our father often spoke of the day when our turn would come.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the treasures I bear.
Armbands.
Matching armbands for you both. Alas, he did not live. Indeed, he was taken from us even before they could be completed. He had intended to claim the Heartstone with which each armband was to be finished himself.
Heartstone?
But it was not to be. And his gifts remain incomplete.
I see.
It saddens me to bring them before you, as they are.
It's
It was
still...
your father's wish that you be presented with the finished articles, not these works in progress. But with his grace long since gone, and the stone left unclaimed, I had little choice. You are grown men now, and his house is yours. And
Oh, what
while
little
I will
time
not
remains.
presume to insist upon your claiming the Heartstone in his stead, I know that nothing would have pleased him more than for you to do so.
Thank you, Lady Godditha.
What say you, Clive?
What else?
Home?
Of course, my lady. May our father's will be
You're
done.
going to go to Rosalith?
Oh, I am much obliged.
Do you know where we might find this Heartstone, my lady?
Oh, Heartstone.
Though it may be a matter of
I
a
thought
good
it,
deal more
I thought
than
it said
simply happening
Hearthstone.
upon it. It is found in the bellies of elder griffins, you see.
Oh.
We do at least know where to find one. A certain specimen has made its nest in Titan's Wake, not far from here.
How?
A certain specimen.
You are most perceptive, Your Grace. In answer to your unspoken question, yes. In fact, this is the very same beast your father meant to slay. I have been tracking its movements since you were but a
now
boy.
it is bigger.
Were you to slay
And a
it
hunt
in
mark.
instead, as men of House
Maybe.
Rosfield, it would surely make your father proud.
What say you, Joshua?
A hunting.
What else?
A hunting we will go. Slay Simurgh.
Wake is to the south of here. But we must not be hasty. The good lady has been disappointed once already.
Mm-hmm. Right. The Gilded Path. Slay the Simurgh. I actually don't know if that's how you pronounce Simurgh. That's how I've always pronounced it, with a hard H at the end.
Nice peel, Joshua.
Yes, brother. Oh, I've got no potions or stuff. Here it is.
There it is.
The House Rossfield.
That just went straight through my... That was... Nice chunk of damage. Can't see through that. Nice. Ow.
Better already.
Better already. Nice. Enemy slain. Not a hunt mark, though. So we've still got that one space on the board. Heartstone. Griffins suffer something akin to the crystal's curse. Their flesh slowly turning to stone over a lifetime of channeling ether. Unlike bearers, however, this effect is far more gradual and limited to a sac around their hearts. Slower progress of petrification resulting in the formation of a gemstone of rare beauty.
Is this the Heartstone?
I expect Lady Gotterdammerung will know.
Nice little bit of Griffin lore there. Lady Gotterdammerung.
Oh, thank the Founder you were safe. The Griffin is slain then?
Certainly is.
The Heartstone claimed.
Two of them, in fact. Don't know why we've got two.
Yes. This radiant luster, like frozen flame, it is just as your father described it. Thank you, my lord. Your grace. Your father would be so proud.
Lady Gotterdammerung, the lapidary is ready.
Thank you, Cyril. I will be with him shortly. If you would excuse me, I shall have the stone cut and set forthwith.
A nice little insight into the customs of a world long gone. And obviously a gift from their father.
The armbands are complete. Pray, take them. They are yours, after all. Heartstone is harder and more enduring than garnet, or even ruby. It symbolizes
put them on our asses.
Will and devotion. And the graven vines encircling the stone represent the unbreakable bonds between you.
It's a message. Father knew we had enemies both inside and outside the duchy.
Yeah.
Enemies who would thwart his vision.
Well, we've seen.
With unwavering devotion would it ever be realized.
And only if we stood together, as Phoenix and
I
Shield,
wonder if he
as brothers in arms,
suspected
might those enemies be overcome.
what his wife would do.
His Grace knew the enormity of the task he would entrust to you, his heirs.
Of how
But this was
snakish she
more than
was.
just a message. It was a promise that he would always be with you.
Thank you, Lady Gotterdammerung, for remaining the steadfast custodian of our father's will.
Forgive me, my lady, but there is something I don't quite understand. The Undying told me that after Father died, Mother claimed all of the ducal treasures for her own. Even if the armbands were incomplete, she would surely not have overlooked them. So, how were you able to keep them from her?
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though I was but a lowly servant, your father spoke to me of his intentions for the bands, of the deep love he had for both of you.
Sounds like Alwyn.
And his hopes for your future.
I kind of wish we'd had more time with him, but I guess that's the whole point, isn't it?
The Duchess had ordered her jewelry be sent away from the castle. It was then that I knew she meant to betray us.
Oh.
I tried to warn your father, but it was too late. When word of the fire reached Rosalith, I knew my time was short. So I took up the armbands and I fled into the night.
On the off chance.
Thank the Founder you did.
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete. Not knowing what else to do, I followed the Griffin, thinking I might claim the Heartstone on its passing. And so my pursuit continued, until Lord Cyril appeared before me. He informed me that His Grace's will had been recovered, and that his sons were alive and well.
Lady Gotterdammerung, on behalf of my father and all the people of Rosaria, I thank you for your loyal service.
As do I.
Thank you, my lord. Your Grace, for coming back to us. For giving my service meaning.
The Founder's Grasp. Ooh, that's a lot of HP. And for not a huge loss of defense. Fashioned after those pictured adorning... Adorning? Yes. Fashioned after those pictured adorning the wrists of the mythical founder in ancient engravings, Archduke Elwyn intended to gift these bands to his beloved sons upon their coming of age, that they might serve to remind them of the unbreakable bonds they share as proud signs of the ducal line, and the unwavering devotion that would be required to see their duty done.
The bands suit you well. It must be gratifying to finally receive the inheritance that was denied you for so long.
It is. And we thank you for the part you played, Cyril.
If you would permit me to play my part a little longer, might I suggest that to your father's
that's the thing that I found yonks ago. I might have actually cut that out of the video.
have received his blessing, and that his
I think I maybe did. Whilst I was
suppose it would be churlish
doing the exploratory bits.
What do you say, Clive? Should we pay Father a visit?
I think we should. I was hoping to be able to offer him my thanks before we left for Origin.
Your father's helm is enshrined there. It has been since the day we recovered it from Phoenix Gate. I prithee claim it, for it too is a part of your inheritance.
Ah, that's going to be a wall of memories thing, isn't
Father
it?
would prefer it in your hands than perched upon some lonely rock.
Yeah, there's a bit on Hawkscry Cliff when I was searching for whatever it was that kind of goes down to the left. I was looking for that Vandam Fallen Ruin, I think. I can't remember whether I left that bit in the video or whether I cut it.
Come on, Clive. He's waiting.
But I found a tombstone at the end of it. And I had no idea what it was. It's that one there. I travelled down to it thinking, oh, there's got to be something down here. And it's like, oh, there's a stone. Doesn't do anything.
Unwavering will and an unbreakable bond. Do you really think we're strong enough?
To save the world Of course, to have overcome those political enemies, of that I'm less certain. Especially knowing what we know now. What Mother was truly capable of. But perhaps these bands would have helped. Knowing he was with us would have made all the difference.
This way. Yeah,
It's
down
just
here.
like there.
I remember it. I remember not knowing what it was for or anything. Makes more sense now.
Father always fought for what he believed was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting for me.
No matter how fate conspired against him, he never lost heart, never looked back, never stopped fighting. To me, he was the greatest of men. And I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since.
We all have, Clive. We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted.
What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens.
Which it basically does.
I shall be borrowing this, Father, if I may. That you might watch over us.
It's in surprisingly good condition. I suppose somebody's been along to clean it. Nice. I could see what they were going to do there as they did it. And they did it nice and well. There was no need for him to turn around and for his dad to be there. Just that little hint of a shadow at the corner of the eye and then it's gone. Well executed. Well executed. Big fan of that. Onward.
Onward. To the end.
Foreshadowing.
To a new beginning.
Quest complete. Give me that renown. Is that enough? A rusted battle helm displayed in Cloud's chambers. Archduke Elwin's helm, worn during his victorious campaign to quell the Northern Uprising. Isn't that when they found Jill? Was that the Northern Uprising? Or was that something else? Joshua has joined Clive's party and will remain with him until departing for Origin. Cool. Had he not already? That was really nice. I enjoyed that quest. A new missive has been delivered to Clive's chambers. Oh, concern for Jill. The wages of fate. Do you remember what you told me that night at Phoenix Gate? As while the fate of Rosaria sits on my shoulders, the fate of its dominance sits upon yours. But are we not both dominants of fire? Does not the flame of our forebears burn in both our hearts? Should I not protect you as you have protected me? You have chosen to be my shield. Now let me choose to be yours. Is this not what our father wanted? What Sid wanted? To cast aside fate and forge our own paths? Grant me this, Clive. Let me be your strength. Concern for Jill. Though her icon brought her much suffering, the loss of Shiva weighs heavy on her heart, and we will be poor friends indeed if we not seek to lighten that burden, even but only a fraction, before we depart for the skies. I would speak on this more in private.
If Joshua's worried about Jill, I should go and speak with him.
Priceless. I wonder if this is going to be a Jill backstory quest, since we've just had one about us and this is a follow-up.
Joshua,
I think.
I read your message. You're right. Jill is different. I don't think I'd realized how different, but since we returned from Drake's
She's a bit
spine,
more smiley.
I felt it more and more.
I suppose it's not hard to imagine why.
She doesn't think she belongs anymore.
And that's why we need to remind her she is still one of us. To let her know that we still need her, now more than ever. That you still need her. But how to do that? When last we were truly close, we were but children.
Of course. Do you remember the time we accompanied Father on his annual tour of the Duchy? And Jill and I broke from the procession to ride up Man's Hill.
To see the snow daisies, I remember. It was the first time Father had allowed us to join him.
And we ran off.
When he realized you were missing, he had the entire retinue down to the pot boys combing the countryside.
In the rain. A thunderstorm forced us to take refuge in a grove of oaks before we'd even made it halfway there. It was the Lord Commander who finally found us, and needless to say, he was none too pleased.
Then it seems you and Jill have unfinished business.
We're going to go and see the daisies.
It's not that far.
Oh, true. Though I suspect it is also much changed.
Yeah.
Little in southern Rosaria remains as it was when we were children.
You're saying I should go and scout the area for bandits?
I'm saying we should first go and see if there are actually still any snow daisies left. What would you do without me, Clive?
Yes. Yes, indeed. Make for Man's Hill, which is literally here. It's handily close. Oh dear. Those don't seem to have survived.
This is the place, but...
I'm sorry, Clive.
There's nowhere been spared. What do we do now?
We keep looking.
Is it lighted, or is it
Man's Hill
just...
cannot be the only place where snow daisies grow.
Perhaps, but it's the only place I know of. Knew of.
Then why not ask someone who might know of another?
Someone at the backyard? To the hideaway, then.
Bit of a wasted trip, but you know. This place is looking better and better. All that greenery. Frederica!
Oh. What brings you down from the heavens, Sid?
I need your advice. Joshua and I are looking for a place where snow daisies grow. Preferably in abundance.
Snow daisies. Then you'll want somewhere not too hot and not too cold.
Oh, that's
and where
helpful.
the winds are strong enough to carry the seeds. I reckon Man's Hill would be a good place to start. There in the Royal Meadows, perhaps?
I've tried Man's Hill.
Both have similar climbs and the right elevation. If the Blight hasn't claimed them yet.
Right. Thank you.
The Royal Meadows.
Did you learn where we might find our flowers?
The gardener here mentioned the Royal Meadows in Sambrek.
That's north of...
The fields beyond Northreach.
Northreach.
Well, if that's the case, then Jote was right. I recalled that she kept the record of our travels, you see. So I asked her if she'd perhaps noted anywhere that snow daisies grew, and she mentioned Oilefeist Bay.
Oilefeist?
The shores border the meadows. Off we go, then.
Of course, snow daisies for sheep... Sorry, I'm being really slow here. snow daisies for Shiva. So was Jill fated to become Shiva from birth? It's kind of implied that dominants are born, not inherited.
The meadows are vast. Where do we even start?
I'm going to start near that quest marker.
The coastline. We can start there.
That definitely worked too. Aha!
Look, brother. See them?
I do. Flowers and our friends.
Ow. Come here. I think this will freeze them out the air. Not sure. Got Garuda on there, so that's fine. Ow. Pretty. Oh. There's more?
What do you see, boy?
A Minotaur! You best not trample the flowers.
Let's hope this is the last one.
Only one way to find out.
Oh, new enemies approach. Winning. Minotaur main, other bits and pieces that we don't need anymore because we've got, as far as I'm aware, the bits that we need.
But found her. It was worth it. They're beautiful.
Do you think Jill will like them?
She'll love them. Come on. Let's go.
Are we arranging a date, or are we going to take one to her?
It appears my work is done. The rest, as they say, is up to you. Well, you and the skies. We wouldn't want another thunderstorm now, would we?
No. No, indeed. Where is Jill? Jill is in our chambers. Jill is in our chambers. Stood on the balcony. Hello, you.
Jill. There's something I'd like to show you.
There is? And where might this something be?
In my... No.
Not here. Now, I know this is sudden, but how would you fancy a trip to Oriflamme?
There are so many. This is what you wanted to show me. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. The smile on your face is enough. We've been worried about you, Joshua and I. Do you remember when I took you to Man's Hill? Or tried to?
How could I forget? You saw me crying and thought a change of scenery might lift my spirits. In the end, it earned me a nasty cough and a stern scolding from your mother. But I felt wonderful nonetheless.
I'm sorry. I had no idea what I was getting us both into. But I couldn't bear to see you like that.
Before we left, my chambermaid told me she'd overheard your mother talking about my marriage prospects with some of the noblewomen at court. They were debating whether it would be more profitable to marry me off to one of the high houses instead of saving me for the ducal line. No one thought to ask me what I wanted.
Of course not.
I was nothing to them. A pawn at best. I felt so trapped. So lonely.
I didn't know.
This goes back to the stuff that I was talking about courtly love the other day.
I wasn't alone. You were there. Your hand in mine as we ran for those oaks. And I knew then, no matter what happened, I would be all right. I'll never forget that feeling.
She loved him from the start, and he either couldn't reciprocate, didn't know how to reciprocate, or was too dumb to see it.
Before we broke camp, the morning after the storm, do you know what I did?
No.
No? What?
I slipped away from my governess to climb the tor. And from there I saw a sea of petals, all reaching for the sun. And I realized that no matter how terrible the night, dawn would always come. That you would always come for me. And you have. Again and again.
Even before he realised it.
When all this is over.
I don't know.
Do they have a chance?
Not here, though. I think I've outgrown the twins. After everything we've been through, the realm just seems so small. I'll need some space to spread my wings.
Then that's what you'll have. And I'll stop at nothing to see that you do.
There's a lack of we there, Clive. The romance.
There was much good at Garland's, but it'll have to do.
The romance nature of this story has been very well done.
I'll treasure it forever.
Is it going on your wall?
Thank you, Clive. For this, the flowers, for everything. It's exactly what I needed. You Oh, my treasure.
Oh. Yeah, the build up, the slow burn of it, you know, is exactly what was needed for that to be as effective as it was. You know, you have to be a romantic to appreciate that kind of story, realistically. But I am, so that's fine.
We should probably be getting back. I expect the others are wondering where we are.
Nah.
You're right. There's still much to do.
Yes, I've got a lot of
And we'll do it
Sidequests.
together.
Quest complete. Priceless. Yep, that was nicely done. Shiva's Kiss reduces Diamond Dust cooldown by 7.5 seconds. Song of Winter, Autumn Gone, from Frosted Lips, Oblivion. Northern Nursery Rhyme. A fragrant diadem, handwoven by Jill, from flowers picked up on the shores of Old-Faced Bay. Another really nice quest. Jill has joined Clive's party and will remain with him until departing for Origin. The greatest gift. It feels like a lifetime ago. It was a lifetime ago. The afternoon on Man's Hill was our very first adventure, but somehow I knew even then that it would not be our last. I will never forget that day, and the simple fact that you have not either fills my heart with a joy so fierce I cannot describe it. Since the moment we first met, you have always been an important part of me, that half that makes me whole. In times of darkest, you are my light. When I am lost, you are my guiding star. You are just what I need. You are all that I need. You are the greatest gift. I am a sentimental old person, as you can probably tell. I will cry at the drop of a hat. If anything is sad or joyful or romantic especially. I love a good romance. I love a happy ending, and the sad fact is I really don't think we're going to get one with this. And doing these quests beforehand is just like, yeah, let's hammer home the tragedy. Why is there a quest marker up there? How do we even get up there? Oh, there's a step. I know, these steps have always been here, but haven't they been blocked off? Or have they? Have I just never come up here?
I will not let them be forgotten.
Do you suppose it's magic keeping the thing afloat?
What else could it be?
There's some stuff there, so I've definitely never been up here. Herman!
Sid, may I have a moment?
You may.
Of course.
Several, if need be.
It is an honor to finally speak with you. My name is Herman. I've been with the Cursebreakers for some time now, and I wish to be deployed to Ash. Any assignment will do.
No. The lands across the Narrow are too dangerous. I will not send good men and women to risk their lives needlessly. Why would you want to go back?
I need to retrieve something. Something important. I was raised in an orphanage.
I've been there.
The Badbach Conservatory.
I remember it.
Rather, I was held captive there. It was not a place.
It's near the chronolith for...
unbearer children.
Was it Behemoth?
Weapons. We were tortured until we feared no pain. Tormented until our hearts turned to stone.
Literally or
Few
figuratively?
survived long enough to become tools of the last king.
I can't imagine.
I lost so many. I can't even remember all their names, but they must be remembered. They cannot fade away, faceless and
We'll go with you.
The Institute was run with military precision. Every child measured, every name recorded, every death logged with meticulous care. Sid, allow me to travel to Ash and recover the registry so that my brothers and sisters might live on.
I'll go instead.
You are a good friend, Herman. But the fact remains that Ash is simply too dangerous.
Sid, please. Even should it cost me my life.
Too dangerous for you, Herman. But not for me. I'll go to Bad Bach and find the registry.
You will?
I won't let you risk your life.
I don't know how to thank you.
You can start by telling me where I'll find this orphanage.
Vida Grace. Hidden in a forest.
Yes, I know where it is.
The plains.
All right.
It's up near the
May the mothers guide
obelisk, down and right. Litany of Errors. While I do not think that the soundtrack for this game is going to go down in history as, one of the best Final Fantasy soundtracks, I do think it is very catchy. And that is not me in any way disrespecting Sokun's work.
This must be the orphanage.
I think it's a really good soundtrack.
Still here.
I think there are some pieces of music from this that will very much... I mean, I do not have a list of top Final Fantasy tracks.
It's locked. I should look around some more before I start breaking down doors.
Yeah, there were a lot of pieces of music in this game that I've really liked. Question? Bad Bat Conservatory, writ of incorporation. The Kingdom of Waloed hereby incorporates this institution, wherein juvenile bearers are to be granted the opportunity to give themselves in service to the state as soldiers. Trainees succumbing to the crystal's curse or otherwise perishing are to be disposed of with all haste. The graveyard is strictly reserved for the uncursed. Bearer disposal within its bounds is punishable by death.
Disposed of?
Yes, my thoughts exactly, Clive. Conditioning schedule. Today's exercises will consist of the press yard, 20 sandbags for such duration as instructor shall dictate, the furnace, burn intensity to be gradually increased, live combat, 1 to 3 hellhounds, depending on performance.
Conditioning. This is nothing short of torture. Herman wasn't exaggerating. It's a wonder he survived this place. I need to find that registry.
Joshua and Chill are with us. Yes, we actually explored... Well, explore might not necessarily be the right word, but yeah, that was the Hand of Enceladus. I don't remember which... Was it Behemoth or was it Odin? Something in the house that I've missed, apparently. Oh. No, we've read that. Hold on. I've recently learned that my own daughter was among the children turned to stone by the brutal training I subjected them to. I had not so much as thought of her since handing her over to the authorities as a babe, but inquiries with the military confirmed it. It was her. I had been torturing my own flesh and blood. And now I see her everywhere. Today one of the children smiled at me in the hope of receiving a few scraps from my table. It was her smile. The smile she inherited from her mother. The mother I killed, giving birth to a bearer. Their ghosts have all come back to haunt me. My daughters, my wife's, all of them, all those children, so many have died at my hand. I can bear the guilt no longer. And so I have decided. Tomorrow, I too must die. This will be the last order I give those poor wretches, the last torment I subject them to. I will command them to tear me limb from limb and inter my accursed corpse beneath the white tree whose crooked hands reached the sky in supplication, and beside me, my shame, my curse, the record of all their names, all those I have wronged.
This reads like a suicide note. Did the director go through with his plan? There's only one way to find out.
Oh boy. And again, this is why the game is M-rated. Because of the tone. You know, there will be people that saying that this is not a good
white tree. This must be the place.
That this is not a good Final Fantasy game because of the subject matter. But as I think I've said previously in the playthrough, you know, there were lots of dark subject matters in previous Final Fantasy games. Just look at how Vivi was treated in 9, if you want a reminder. Maybe not as harsh as this, but...
Could he really be buried here? There's something hidden among the roots. Let's see. This must be the registry.
Badback Conservatory Registry of Bearer Losses. Hans, 10 years old. Lithification is the proper name for it, I suppose. Alfred, 9 years old, succumbed to conditioning. Franz, Paulina, lithification. Emaciation. Bruno, disciplined for attempted fight. Johanna, disciplined for attempted fight. Reinhard, succumbed to conditioning. Marta, succumbed to conditioning. Lothar and Dietrich, lithification, emaciation.
So many names. This place was a slaughterhouse. But where is the architect of all this misery?
Oh, hello.
It was only a matter of time, I suppose.
Uh-huh.
This place is cursed.
This Oops. I was good. Ow. Ow. Excuse me. Sorry, Jill. I'm just going to use a little bit of your power. He turns really fast. I think he's stuck on a gravestone. Ow. Oh, that goes further than the markers. Good to know. Enemy slain. Chunk of XP. Do not mind if I do. Load of crafting materials and the bearer register.
I'm done here. Let's get the registry back to Herman.
Does Clive Bentley say that if we've got people with us? Because we wouldn't. There's, depending on which order we do these quests in, I assume we might not necessarily have anybody with us.
I hear that you traveled to Ash.
I did?
Sid. Did you by any chance recover the names of my fallen friends?
I did.
I did.
And there were far too many of them. Children.
If I may, the bearer registry. The director was a brutal man. He got no worse than he deserved.
I'm glad.
The registry was all I found beneath the tree. There was no sign of a body. Nor any record of what happened to the children after the orphanage closed.
So he could have.
I pray that at least some of them survived. All their names are here. The ones we lost. My friends. My light in those dark times. I can still remember their faces, like it was yesterday. Children who were taken from their bunks in the morning, never to return. No explanation ever offered.
They'd be happy to know that you survived, Herman.
But why did I make it out alive, when so many others died in that awful place?
It's not your fault. And blaming yourself won't bring them back. Honor their memory. See that their names live on. That way, at least. They're never truly gone.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sid, I'm going to write a book. An account of the horrors of Badbach, and the spirit of those its custodians sought to crush. All of Valisthea will know of our suffering. And in the name of those I lost, I will not let it happen again.
Neither will I.
These records would have been buried for all eternity, were it not for you. Thank you.
One of the things that I've really liked about this story, which I know for some people is going to be heavy-handed or too much, is the morality play aspect of it. It's a story with messages for us. And some people might say that that makes it political. And these tend to be the kind of complaints that's like, I don't want any politics in my video game, I just want to enjoy the game. And I get that. I get that. Which of these am I going to do next? Nobody's tool. Trial and error. Who's... Nobody in the infirmary to talk to. Has Jote got anything new to say? Oh. Edda!
Thank you, my lord, for taking me in. Everyone here has been so kind. It reminds me of home.
Aww.
Greetings, Lord Marquis.
Hello, Edda. Edda.
His Grace and I.
Often spoken our travels, and a certain saying of his remains with me even now. Duty is the enemy of freedom.
At first.
I thought that he spoke of his own plight, that though he was able to roam the land again, his duty to unearth the truth about Ultima prevented him from being truly free. I came to understand that he spoke not of himself, but of me.
It was my duty to him.
That his grace judged to be inimical to my own freedom. I believe that this is why he bade me remain here, that I might at last be released from my duty to him. Few others in his position would allow the cares of a humble attendant to weigh so heavily upon them, nor take such drastic action in response.
May the Firebird's flame burn ever in your heart.
Has Tayo got any complaints to make?
Tayo's tea stopped the fits. I only hope they stay stopped.
Clive, I wanted to give you something for the kindness you showed my mentor.
What's this?
A chest of all the medicines you're ever likely to need. Seeing as you're so reluctant to come to the infirmary, I thought you might as well take a part of the infirmary with you.
I'm sure it will be very helpful.
Is this going to be for our wall?
And Taya, try not to work too hard.
Yeah, hypocrisy.
All the harder, you mean? He's a quick study, but he's got a long way to go yet. I'll take that particular piece of advice when you heed it yourself, thank you very much.
I like Taya.
Besides, who else is going to see that your brother takes his medicine?
Who indeed?
Good point. Well made. Medicine chest. Yeah, I really like Taya as a character. There's something about I mean, she's a redhead, so you know. But also there's something about her voice. Oh, it's Dorys. Dorys is nobody's tool.
Sid, do you have a moment?
By all means.
It's my old master. Seems there's no escaping her.
Wasn't she in prison?
Found some way
Didn't
to
we
send
catch?
her a letter. And something else. Records from a Waluda prison. Seems they were keeping a lot of bearers there.
How did she come by such a thing?
Finding bearers always was her strong point. And it seems the cells of Balmung Dark are full of foreign captives, the monsters. Bearers no one would miss. And even better for her, bearers with no one to look after them. When ether started lapping at the walls, the jailers fled.
Leaving the bearers to be liberated by whoever happened to come along next.
Sid, I'd like to believe that I've earned your trust by now.
Yes.
And while I'm well aware that you've forbidden Cursebreakers from traveling to Walud, I can't let those bearers die in their cells. I'd rather risk shipwreck on the Shadow Coast than leave them to starve.
Then we go together.
We'll be needing the Enterprise if we're going to navigate the Narrow.
Does that mean...
Yes.
I'm making an exception, but we travel together. And we stay no longer than we have to. Ash is an inhospitable place at the best of times. We save as many as we can, and we leave.
Thank you, Sid. There was a name in the prison register. A name from my past. Chadwick. Another of my former master's protégés. A gifted soldier, and the closest thing I had to family. The thought of him held captive in that place.
He must be very important to you.
So that's how we're going to get through those locked doors.
Then we find him.
The entrance to the prison lies in the shadow of Ravenwit Walls, just beyond the portcullis.
I am aware.
We should head there as quickly as we can. I only pray there are still bearers alive to save.
As do I, Dorys.
Yes. Nobody's tool. Right.
Dorys is waiting for me near Balmung Dark. The longer she's out in the open, the more likely she is to be found by a Kashyyyk. I need to hurry.
Faster!
Fly, ambush here. I'm assuming they can't follow me through here.
I can walk from here.
Titan!
There we go.
There were no guards, I take it.
Just the
Not
bombs.
behind the gates. No, it's a different story inside, though. The corridors are crawling with a Kashyyyk.
Oh, we're going to actually
Most
explore.
likely guards left behind when the wardens ran. If Chadwick was being held here, I worry that he may already be.
Don't give up hope just yet. But let's move quickly. Let me
White
check
is
the
being
ground
very
floor.
dramatic.
The ether stick is there.
Then I'll search the upper level. Good luck, Sid. Stay safe.
That middle space there is just prime territory for...
Just how bad are the floods inside the walls? Bad enough to turn a bearer? I hope not. We're risking a lot just being here. Better keep my eyes open for signs of life.
I was going to say Jill and Joshua with us. Oh. Balmung Dark, Writ of Designation. The Kingdom of Walud hereby designates this facility a prison for the detainment of bearers, both foreign and domestic. The purpose of this facility is to rear and train a Kuza beast for deployment in the field. The aforementioned purpose is a matter of strictest secrecy, and any mention thereof is to be punishable by death. Captive bearers have been provided solely for the pursuit of the aforementioned purpose. Express permission is required for use of bearers in any other
So this place was no
capacity.
ordinary prison.
What is a Kusa
I doubt
beast?
they'll have taken the creature with them when they fled.
Can we go up here? We can. Was that all there was down there? Yeah, the quest icons. Oh, there's Talia.
Quiet. Company. We're not alone.
Are we not?
Company.
Are they reacting to stuff that's below them? They are. Recommendation concerning Kusa beast deployment. The Kusa has long been recognised as an especially aggressive species. This being the case, it was hoped that successful deployment on the battlefield might be a means of inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy. In exercises conducted thus far, however, the beast has proven incapable of distinguishing between allied and enemy combatants. As such, deployment alongside regular troops is not recommended. It is proposed instead that bearer captives be employed in order to draw enemy focus, and the beast then driven into the fray in order to achieve maximum benefit with minimal loss of Waluda lives.
Minimal loss of Waluda lives. And what happens when they run out of bearers? Even the Imperials take better care of their branded than that.
Yeah, Clive's not talking to the others because they're not guaranteed to be here on that quest. And having dialogue that could take into account the possibility of them being here is probably quite... It's not super tricky to program, I wouldn't think, but it's a lot of voice lines that might never be. Memorandum on Kusa beast feeding. Recent supply shortages left us with insufficient resources to feed the Kusa entrusted to our care. Fortunately, the creature was observed to kill and consume the bearers assigned to fight beside it in a mock battle conducted as part of its training. The beast was further observed to enter a state of visible contentment upon feeding this way, suggesting that live bearers may even be its preferred source of sustenance. While this behaviour even is unexpected, it is not unwelcome. Bearers no longer of use for training purposes can now be repurposed as required. Jesus Christ.
They were feeding bearers to it. This is even worse than I
feared. I assume we're going to have to fight this thing, whatever it is.
Nothing but a Kashyyyk down here. Hopefully things are looking better upstairs. I should go and see how Dorys is getting on.
It still has not been explained where the term Akashic came from. That's one little tidbit that I'd actually quite like to know.
No lock downstairs. But I did find out that this place was more than just a prison. Something far more sinister was happening here.
I know. I've been reading some of these documents and it can't be true.
Yeah. Have you seen what this place is like?
Bearers die every day in service of their masters, but this is so much worse. Pitting bearers against a wild beast armed with nothing but their wits? and all in order to bring about more death. And not just those who could fight, but the elderly, children even, and those who wouldn't or couldn't were disposed of.
Yes.
Whatever that means.
Nothing good.
It means they were fed to the monstrosity they kept here.
Then we're too late. And I was a fool to bring you here.
Don't say that. Did you find anything else?
A key. But it doesn't fit any of the locks on this floor.
Perhaps
We should
it will
check
fit one of the doors
downstairs.
Downstairs. There's a corridor I haven't searched yet.
Is there?
Finish up here, then come and find me when you're ready.
All right. I'll be there in a moment.
I've said it before, and I shall say it once again. Would really like a visual upgrade for FF14 to this kind of quality. Thank you.
Let's see what we can find down here.
I didn't realise Clive has a dagger on his hip. How long has he had that? Has he used it for anything in the game? Some amber.
A survivor. And she sounds close.
Hello?
Who are you?
There's no need to be afraid.
That doesn't answer the question, Clive.
Are there any other survivors?
Some of the guards. They're still here. But something's wrong with them. Everyone else was eaten by the monster.
Of course there were.
Thank the Founder.
It was worth our coming. But I'd rather we didn't linger. Are you ready?
Ready when you are. You poor thing. He must have been terrified.
Did Jadwick send you?
What?
He fought the monster. Distracted it so I could run away. He must have sent you. He promised to free the others too. Where is he? He opened your cell, didn't he? He wouldn't be here otherwise.
Jadwick.
Was that?
Yup.
Monster's back! Jadwick, help!
We have to get out of here.
Doris, keep
Take the
the girl
girl.
safe.
Keep her safe.
All right. You put that bearer-eating bastard in the ground.
Yes. Yes, I shall. Probably. Oh, dear Lord.
Waiting for me.
What is it? Is that a behemoth?
Not if it's got a taste for bearers.
That is a behemoth. Great. There was a gap in the fence somewhere around here. I saw it. Here. You there. It's a big blue behemoth. Oh. Oh. Okay. Kuza Beast. Is our final hunt then?
The beast will wreak havoc if it ever leaves the prison. I can't let that happen.
Only level 40. That's somewhat disappointing. Nice work, Dema. Don't know why I've just done that. That was a terribly timed block. That wasn't. Oh. Oh, I wasn't watching. I can't see anything there. Comets. How much earlier do I need to press that? Take that. Well, there we go. There's our notorious mark slain. That'll fill out the hunt board. Behemoth shackle.
Finally.
Why is he so blue?
Are you hurt?
I'm fine.
We are surprisingly okay.
No.
What is it?
What is it?
That's what I said.
Diary. I gave it to Chadwick before we went our separate ways. He was here. Do you think that creature?
I'm sure he fought bravely to the last. The girl is safe thanks to him.
Chadwick. You fool.
Come on. We have to get her back to the hideaway. We don't want his sacrifice to have been in vain.
So much death.
Of course not. I'll see that she's looked after from now on. It's the least I can do.
Ah, the tragedy upon tragedy. In case you were wondering why I think the game's going to end badly. Some time later. Oh, this is a room for the refugees.
From what I hear, you've barely left the girl's side in days. I hope
A dramatic time.
her ordeal.
She is. Slowly but surely. She's far tougher than she looks. I thank the flames we found her. If we hadn't...
I know.
We did.
But we did. I'm sorry we weren't able to save Chadwick.
I mean, he
There's
may
no
have
need to
escaped.
apologize. Without your help, I would never have found out what happened to him.
Likely, but
How
he
fought
might have.
to the bitter end to save her. To save Haida Marie. That's the man I remember.
Haida Marie.
The man I thought of as a brother.
I wish I could have met him. I'd like to hear more about your past. If you don't mind, that is.
Of course. You already met my former master.
Yeah.
She trained Chadwick and I to do two things. Kill and obey.
There's a lot of wrapping up or fleshing out of characters' stories here.
But no bid was ever high enough to
Of course,
convince
it's
her
the
to part
last
with us.
time to do so.
For years, we were her daggers in the shadows, but we could never quite shake our doubts about the things she made us do. And then, one day, we just couldn't do them anymore, so we escaped. But staying together was out of the question. They would have found us too easily. After so many years of training, the pull to serve was always strong. It scared me to think he might have taken another master, become a dagger in someone else's hand.
But even in captivity, the battles he fought were his own. And he died not as someone's tool.
Clive's very good at knowing what
Hyde
to
and Marie is
say,
proof
isn't
of
he?
that. Bearers can cast off their shackles. And the Cursebreakers will show them how. I'll fight until my dying breath to see it done. For Chadwick, and for all of us.
Thank you, Doris. We'll be counting on you.
Yeah, fleshing out these quests, these characters at the kind of last real opportunity before we go off and do whatever crazy bullshitty Final Fantasy stuff is coming up next. The Breath of Darkness reduces Gungnir cooldown by 2 seconds. Right, what? I was going to say, what next? Nectar? Have you got another row of quests? Hunts, I mean. No, but you do have... Oh. S-rank Marauder. The Waluda army captured such beasts and tried to train them to serve, but this particular specimen's training has long since ceased. Whether its captors turned Akashic with the rest of their comrades or were eaten by their pet when it broke free from its bonds, we shall never know. All we do know is there is none left alive who knows the words to put an end to its rampage. Only a show of force will suffice. So it's in Waloed somewhere. So are there going to be more? So we fought a guy there. Let's start at the top. Work our way down. Go for the big open spaces first. Yes! There we go. It's a behemoth. Because of course it freaking well is. What level behemoth is it? 50? It's a yellow one. Ooh, with glowy eyes. Behemoth King. Great. It's worth 55 renown as well, so... 47, that's not... 4 horsemen? Oh shit. Sit, Behemoth. Behemoth has a chunk of health by the look of it. Maelstrom. Oh, this is the thing that we don't want to stand in. Because it does a lot of damage. I've got to stop dodging to move. I need to just run. It's much faster. Nice. Torgal, kill. I can't see anything. Do 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 do. I might have just got away with cancelling that for Horseman. I think I did. That was lucky. Ring of Fire. Oh no, that says rain, Dema. Oof. Oh, that actually... Don't know what I'm doing there. That'll do me. Ow. I knew what he was going to do. Just failed miserably to get out of the way of it. Nice. Notorious Mark. Slain. 20,000 XP. And a level. 48. Almost at the level cap. Oh. More orichalcum.
No match for you, eh, Torgal?
Bok bok. Okay. Huh. Why do we need another orichalcum? Oh. Why do we need another orichalcum? Does Blackthorn have anything new for us?
To what do I owe the honor? I'm saying Fordian, do you?
Yeah, we don't need to build any more. And we can't upgrade. Don't know. Maybe it's just there's more than we need. Lord Byron. 3 is company.
Clive, my boy. Rutherford informs me that we owe you our thanks. Hadn't intended for you to get involved, but such are the times we live in, huh?
Oh, is this a follow-up to the Rutherford quest line?
You're far too modest, Clive. You'd make a terrible nobleman. But tell me, is the realm truly in as dire a state as Rutherford suggests?
Yes.
From what little I saw, you were right to be worried.
I suppose I should have expected the worst. But I was rather hoping the great and good of the realm might have things a little more...
I'm wondering whether, just based on the dialogue so far, this was supposed to have been earlier in the story.
Leadership is in short supply these days, and without it, the people are bound to lose their way. We must move quickly.
But where do we start?
True, the challenges that face us are many. But in my estimation, there are 2 key areas to be addressed before any other. The realm's armies and her larders.
Food and
as you've seen
swords.
firsthand, it's every man and woman for themselves out there.
Yeah.
Certain cities have banded together to try and maintain some semblance of order, yes?
Like in Northreach?
Such cases are few and far between. And yet, the only remedy for the chaos that faces us is unity. A unity that transcends even the borders laid down by our ancestors. In short,
transcending history, a tale of soul and swords, eternally retold.
But how would one even begin to unite the realm?
The armies, my boy. As I told you already, we begin by restoring order among the ranks of those sworn to maintain it.
How do we do this?
Sadly, I doubt I could convince even the lowliest gaggle of privates to dig a latrine together. But I do know someone the High Commanders have been known to listen to on occasion. Field Marshal Eugen Haver.
Eugen?
I thought he was retired.
He was, until an Akashic army tore through Randalar and killed most of the rank and file. There is no man alive more capable. Literally. And as luck would have it, I've already spoken with him on the matter.
Of course you have.
Of course you have.
And he's agreed to help. On one condition. That he first speaks with you personally. Havel has always been a man of frustratingly rigid principle, and he has certain qualms about clasping arms with, well, with an outlaw. I extolled your many virtues as best I could, of course, but the old goat was adamant that he be allowed to appraise you in person. You don't mind, do you?
I wonder where we're going for this, because it can't be Randalar.
Of course not. As long as chaos reigns, we will never build a better world. I'll do whatever it takes. And if the Field Marshal wishes to speak with me in person, then so be it.
That's the spirit.
I'll leave for Randalar at once. Would you send a Stolas?
Of course. Rutherford is already in the Dalmekian capital. I'll have him tell Havel to expect you forthwith.
But we can't go to Randalar because the gates are closed, and I'm assuming they haven't modelled the city, or maybe they have.
Clive.
But I think we've been everywhere, haven't they? We? They? We? English? How does it work? Not a clue. I guess we just go there and cutscene, probably. Still haven't found out what the cause of this giant crater is. Well, we haven't found out the truth of it, I suppose. We know it's something to do with Ultima, or the gods, or
it can't
something.
be Rutherford, can it?
Turncoats and cowards, the lot of you! If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you shall have!
Allow me.
I don't need your...
Please, Field Marshal, oblige him.
This won't take long.
You're right. It won't.
It really won't.
Men,
Finish him.
finish him.
And...
All yours, Torgal.
All too easy. Decent chunk of XP for that.
A little longer than I'd have liked.
There's a box there as well. I saw it.
Field Marshal Havel, I presume. Are either of you injured?
No, my lord. You arrived just as our escort turned on us.
Fucking traitors. I'd heard reports of soldiers in the outlying regions abandoning the oaths they swore. But I hadn't thought the corruption had reached so close to the heart of the Republic. It's a fucking disgrace.
Language, Havel.
Your interfering old bastard of an uncle tried to warn me, of course. My lord Marquis. Or is Sid the Outlaw more to your liking?
Call me what you want. It doesn't change who I am, or the urgency of the message I bring. My uncle has a plan to right the realm, and he needs your help to see it through.
Before I agree to anything, I'd have you answer one question. What do you stand to gain from all this?
I won't deny that I might benefit from further chaos. But I seek a new beginning for all of us. And while the choices I've made may not always have been the right ones, I know I made them for the right reasons. For so long, so many of us have been told
so many of us can do.
How we could die, when it should have been our decision all along. Now we have a chance to put things right. But in order to take it, we must stand together. Even if it be beside those with whom we don't see eye to eye.
Yeah.
Certainly not the words I expected from an outlaw. But perhaps your uncle was right.
It's the problem with labels, isn't it?
Ordinary outlaw. I'll never hear the end of this. All right. I'll start by ordering my most trusted guard to bring the Dhalmekian fringes under control. Next, I'll make contact with my counterparts in the Imperial Army and see if I can't convince them to try and restore order in their own territory.
Thank you, Field Marshal.
But they are not the only ones we will need to convince.
What do you mean?
I don't doubt that I can bully some sense into a few generals. But those they answer to require a different kind of persuasion. And when it comes to honeyed words...
Byron.
We will need an envoy. One who can court even the most stubborn of statesmen. You, perhaps.
I'm flattered. But I'm no diplomat either. And I have other problems to attend to. What we need is a skilled arbitrator. And I may know just the person.
Is that so? And would he happen to be an outlaw too?
Of a different kind, perhaps.
Well,
is it Lubor?
Beggars can't be choosers. I suppose we'll all have to find a little of the outlaw in ourselves if we're to make it through this. Very well.
Could be Lubor.
Send your man to me right away.
I shall.
Could be Byron. Could be Rutherford.
My Lord Marquis. Your Lord Uncle bade me escort the Field Marshal to his manor in Port Isolde.
And I will see that my associate joins you there.
Very good, my lord.
Okay, so it's not Rutherford. So I'm guessing it's Lubor?
An envoy. I'm not sure I'm the man to talk anyone round. I can barely convince my brother to take his medicine. No. This is a job for someone with experience.
Dion? No.
Someone like Quentin.
Ah, of course.
I can convince him at least.
Of course. I hadn't even thought of Quentin, but he's he is suited for this task, is he not?
Quentin, I have a proposal for you.
Do you now? Something tells me you'll be asking more of me than a cask of Gotand gold.
Yeah.
Go on then. Propose.
Would you marry? No.
You'd have me convince the chiefs and chamberlains of the realm that they should simply swallow their pride and do the one thing that has proved impossible for thousands of years. Was there anything else? Perhaps I can fetch you a meat pie as well.
That would be nice.
I know it's a lot to ask, but I can think of none better suited to the role.
And you'd have me give up what little I have left to do it. I told you, Clive. The people of Lostwing are my family, and I cannot abandon them. You'll have to find someone else.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So am I.
And why might that be?
What he's asking. How's it any different to what you've done so far? They want you to speak for those who can't speak for themselves. That's what you do best. If it's the vineyard you're worried about, we'll see that the grapes are picked and the tons filled. You know we will.
It's not that.
Then what is it? You said yourself we're family. Don't you trust us?
You know that's not what I'm...
Then what are you saying? That only we are worth saving? Why turn your back on everyone else? You convinced us we could build new lives for ourselves, and if you can do that, who's to say you couldn't convince the entire realm?
A stirring argument. I fear that any rejoinder I make might fall somewhat flat by comparison.
Yeah.
So you'll join us?
Might need to change your clothes, though.
Where do you need me?
Field Marshal Havel will want to speak with you in person. He's currently in Port Isolde. I can arrange for a party of Cursebreakers to accompany you there.
That would be very much appreciated. I hear the roads are far from safe these days.
Yeah.
Hopefully not for long. My uncle will want to know that his plan is taking shape.
Yeah, it feels like we've got a lot of very kind of final but loose end tying up, changing the world through small ways style things going on here.
Uncle, I bring good news.
Good news, everyone!
Marshal has agreed to your plan.
Ha! Of course he has. I didn't doubt you for a moment, dear boy.
Rutherford is accompanying him back to your manor in Port Isolde as we speak. They will await your return there. As will one other.
One other? Who, exactly?
Lord Havel was concerned that even if he could get the realm's armies to agree to an accord, he might not be as successful in convincing those with political power. He asked if I might have a solution, and I suggested a certain Imperial Lord Magistrate turned Liberator.
One of your co-conspirators?
Master Quentin would probably call me one of his. But yes.
Another outlaw, then.
Not
Just
exactly.
the thing we need to put these rotten politicos in their places. Good thinking, Clive.
Yes.
I'm glad you approve.
The more the merrier, eh?
Uncle, assuming Havel and Quentin can solve our problem with the armies, you still haven't mentioned how we might manage the grain shortages.
Oh, don't you worry, my boy. The 7 high houses will be seeing to that. They have all agreed to make the most generous of donations. Oh, of course, it did take a little persuasion, but luckily I had some unexpected help.
From who?
Why, you, my boy. Rumor has it that you rescued the Lady Ariane's head.
Oh, we did, yes.
From a horde of bloodthirsty bandits.
It was more of a handful.
Well, the old battle axe was so pleased. she had a shipload of talents delivered to my private docks by the next new moon. And when the other houses saw the parsimonious old crone's purse strings finally loosen, they as good as tripped over themselves in the rush to follow suit.
Oh, God.
I'm happy to hear it.
The machinations of
I must be
people
getting
with
back to the manor.
power.
Join us there at your earliest convenience, would you?
Of course, Uncle.
Are we actually going to go there? We are. Mossfield Manor. He hasn't changed his outfit.
And how, pray tell, will we get that grain to the capital if the roads are still overrun with Akashic?
You find another bloody road. I only have so many men, and I'm not about to send them headlong into an ether flood. That is, unless you'd have them turn as well.
Well, I'd certainly eat less.
Says the man with a belly bigger than a band of curls. My soldiers actually need their rations. Without any food to keep them going, they'll be dead even before you've sent them on your fool's errand.
If I may, gentlemen, perhaps I might suggest an alternative approach. Though supply routes are indeed disrupted, there is no shortage of ships. Indeed, they bob away in every bay from here to Randalar, awaiting a safe haven. Allow them to make port and fill their bellies full of grain. And once those who crowd the cities are fed, ferry the displaced back to the countryside to work the fallow fields. But I'm sure that you wish to continue your discussion.
Comes in, drops an excellent idea.
Need no help from the likes of me. Rutherford spoke fondly of the great bond between you.
Us? Friends?
I can't stand the man.
Clive, I'm beginning to question the quality of the company you keep.
And what kind of company were you expecting him to keep? The man's a criminal.
Criminal? How dare you? You are not fit to breathe the same air as this fine, upstanding young gentleman.
Upstanding? He calls himself Sid the Bloody Outlaw.
Once more onto the breach.
Well, this is going well.
Shall we begin again? What we seek here is not to create a new nation, nor to claim the thrones of those that already exist. We wish simply to bring stability to the realm that mankind might weather the current storm. And to do that, we must convince those in power, the generals, the statesmen, the nobles, that our cause is just. There will be disagreements, yes. And I imagine some resistance, much resistance. But we cannot let that deter us. If we show them the path, show them that we walk it ourselves, then I am confident they will follow. The fate of the world lies in my nephew's hands, but the well-being of her people lies in ours. And we must not squander the chance that Clive has given us.
Uncle Byron,
Now, with that settled, let's move on to the signing of the Accord. For what great moment in history hasn't been accompanied by a little ceremony? Citizens of Valisthea, I present to you the Tri-Unity. Rutherford!
The name as good as any other. Random phone notifications. Very political quest, that one.
Well, my boy, the stage is set.
That it is.
This is the role you were born for. Now I ask only that you trust in the talents of your supporting cast. We shall play our parts to the best of our abilities, that you might have the opportunity to shine. The realm needs its Crandall. And there is no better Crandall than you, Clive. I want you to keep this signed accord.
Another thing for the wall?
Proof of our faith in you.
I will. Thank you, Uncle.
Quest complete. Three's Company. Breath of Darkness, Heaven's Cloud. The Triunity Accord, signed by representatives from Rosaria, Dalmacia, and Sunbreck. This mutual accord sets the stage for a new age in Storm, if not officially, then at least in spirit. Hi, Desiree.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Is everything we've received and everything promised?
Every epic starts with a single word. Every symphony, a single note. This is but the beginning, and fore'er shall your legend be told, fore'er shall your legacy be sung.
You earned this.
Careful, Whisper. Obtain all available items.
Come again. I may have more for you.
Wonderful. Renown completes. Hello, children.
What do you think happened to Miss Midadol?
Sid, you have to help us.
Oh?
With what? You didn't take apart another of Mid's contraptions,
This
did
is a
you?
follow-up to that.
No. Well, yes. But that's not what we want to talk to you about.
It's Miss Midadol. She's been acting strange.
She is strange.
Very strange. She's barely ever around.
When she is, she acts like we aren't even there. Her head's in a crowd.
In the clouds.
That's what I said. In the clouds.
Well, she does have a lot on her mind. When did you last see her?
Not long ago. Right after she got back from saving you from Stoneir.
Then it's probably just about the Enterprise. It did take
She's
quite a
concerned
battering
about
on
her
the way there
baby.
and back.
You didn't break it, did you, Sid? You really should be more careful around Miss Midadol's invention.
Says you guys.
Don't listen to her. Even if you did break the Enterprise, you could put it back together, couldn't you?
But who's gonna put Miss Midadol back together? She seems really sad.
Find out what is troubling
Why
Mid.
don't I go and see if I can cheer her up?
I'm sure you can, Clive.
Us? She's in her dungeon.
Don't scare him. It's not a real dungeon.
I've been there before. Aiming high. Is this going to be about her relationship with her dad? Hello, Midadol.
Mid, if you have a...
That's it! I knew it! The answer was right here under my arse all along! If this doesn't steer to the skies, nothing will!
Oh, she's trying to figure out how to make the Enterprise fly.
You aren't trying to give the Enterprise wings, are you?
What else would I be doing?
The children seem to think you're avoiding them. They're worried about you. Is this really so important that you need to shut yourself away from everyone?
The Enterprise is already the fastest ship in the realm, and that's with the sea beneath her. But what if she weren't bound to the waves? What if she weren't bound to anything at all? It's not fair. The gods get the skies all to themselves, so I'm gonna do something about it.
You're going to do planes.
But they relied too much on magic, and see where that got them.
Mm-hmm.
But not me. I've discovered how to do it without.
Uh-huh.
Almost. First, I need to make a prototype.
Oh, God.
And is that a one-woman job?
Are you volunteering? I'll have you know the Enterprise is my baby. But if a godfather's offering to lend a hand, I'll be happy to
With a godfather. Okay.
First, I'll need oil, and not just some old drippings from Miss Molly's spits in the tub and crown. Refined stuff, like they make in Ordil. Then I'll need some bone, or shell. Light, strong, preferably no longer attached to the beast it belongs to.
If it's beast bones you're after, I'm sure the curse breakers will know where you might find some.
No, they'll know where you might find some. You're the one who offered to help, remember?
I don't think that's technically true,
One of the
Mid.
curse breakers before I set off for Old Hill. See if I can't find this bone while I'm there as well.
Oh, what have we got ourselves roped into now? Is the little girl in here?
There's
She
so
is.
much food in the hideaway. Sometimes, in my cell, my tummy rumbled so loud that Chadwick would sneak me some gruel from his bowl. I miss him. He would have liked this place.
There are a lot of things that I think would be very easy to miss in this game that contributes to the world building. Hello, Renan.
All right, Sid. Come to buy us around, have
you?
Only if you earn it. Mid needs a piece of light but durable bone for her next project. You've encountered your share of beasts on your travels across the realm.
So have we.
Any ideas?
Most bones are the same. Whack 'em hard enough and they'll break. If it's durability you're looking for, shell will serve you better.
Ruh-roh.
You know what an adamantus is?
I do.
I do. And I know to give them a wide berth.
Nah, they're...
Will any old adamantus do?
No.
Well, with shells, the older the harder. There's a rumour of an ancient adamantus down in Karava, near Bidza. Or what's left of the village anyway. But don't expect to make quick work of the bastard.
New
There's a
hunt?
reason it's lived as long as it has.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Okay. Defeat a desert tour in Karava. Oh, it doesn't seem like it's a hunt. It just seems like it's fairly generic. Could be wrong. Possibly I'm wrong. I never actually did explore this place fully. Goblins? No weaving for you, my boy. Yeah, was there anything down on these docks? Is that a box? That is a box. Box on the docks. A goblin coin. It still hasn't explained, actually, why these are streaking ether into the sky.
Mid's oil. After what happened here, it's a miracle there was any left at all.
That's one. Figured it would be over the other side. Yoink.
This should be enough.
Right. Defeat a desert tour in Karava.
Come on.
Let's go. Straight into a rock. I'm very good at that. I feel like the adaptive triggers actually work to the detriment of how acceleration works on the Chocobo. That's a piece of critique, I suppose, I might present.
Karava. If you were a tortoise, Torgal, where would you hide?
There. Oh.
It looks like we found him.
Yeah, okay, I'd forgotten that did that. Oof, in your head. Yep, I thought that might work. That was far too early, Dema. What were you thinking? Oh. I thought that was going to kill it, so I took my fingers off the buttons. We've got a good chunk of AP and an adamantoise shell. It is believed an adamantoise will grow a thin new layer to its protective shell once every 2 moons. Considering that many of the creatures live for hundreds of years, it should come as no surprise that the shells of older specimens can be several hands thick and weigh over 50 stone.
I better get these materials to Mid so she can finish her prototype.
Isn't that going to be a bit heavy to take off? Well, I suppose Midadol, Telemon, knows what she's doing. Certainly more than I do in this combat. A new missive has been delivered to Chive's chambers. That'll be from Byron, probably. Oh, Midadol.
Mid, tell me this is all you need.
Aw, you make it sound like I asked you to save the world or something.
Tell me this is all you need.
It's most of what I need. After you left, I went over the figures again, and I realised I'd forgotten a 1 and a 0.
And
a cogwheel. Just a tiny one. Though, that's the problem. Gears that small are a bastard to make, and I may have lost the one Blackthorn spent a fortnight toiling
But the one from the scales.
The children. When they took apart your scales, there was a tiny brass gear. Now that I think about it, they didn't use it when we put the scales back together.
The young'uns? But why would the... You know what? I don't want to know. I'll keep working on the model. You go and find that cog.
I wonder what they've used it for, if anything. That's a nice callback. Clearly this was designed as a follow-up.
Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
Hey, Kitty Winks.
Sid! Is Mid still hiding from us?
She wasn't hiding. She's fine. She's just busy working on her next project.
A new invention? What is it? What is it?
I don't really know.
Is it an airship? I bet it's an airship!
Yes.
You think she'll let us help?
Probably not.
Just so happens to be why I'm here. She needs something special, something only you 3 can provide. A brass gear. A tiny one. One that might fit on, say, a set of scales.
Oh, the one you forgot! We remember.
We saved it, just in case. It's in the bag of bits.
The bag of bits.
Since your lesson, we've been disassembling, then reassembling everything.
Well done for sounding those words out.
All the pieces that are left over, we keep under our beds, just in case.
That's good to know.
I found it! Is that all? Just the gear? We have more parts if Mid needs them.
I bet you do.
But I'll let Mid know about your hoard. Just in case.
Thanks, Sid.
So they've been taking a load of stuff apart, putting it back together, realising that they've got leftover parts and just sticking them in a bag. I would never do anything like that with a Hoover.
Well, did they have it?
Its purpose remains a mystery to all but Mid.
They did. And they kept it somewhere nice and safe. Will it work?
Will it work? He's perfect! You're a genius, Clive.
Thanks.
What exactly are you going to use it for?
Only the most important job of all. The wings aren't going to move on their own. But with the right cog in the right place... Well, you just wait and see.
Ha.
Do it?
Proper Final Fantasy airship. Nice. Nice.
Here goes nothing.
Love it.
Titan's tits.
It wasn't supposed to fly, was it?
Of course it was supposed to fly.
Oh.
Wouldn't be much of an airship if it didn't. Honestly, these bloody engines are driving me mad. I was so sure this would be the day she soared.
Oh.
The mithril engine was made to make dreams come true.
Dad's dreams.
But maybe this is one dream the world's better off without. Show folk how to take flying. It won't be long till they're raining death down on each other. People will lose their homes. Children, their mums and their dads. Like I lost mine.
I'm sorry.
So am I, Clive. So am I. Sorry that I have to choose. Do I follow my head? Or do I follow my heart?
Good question.
Hmm.
The first time I stood on the deck of your ship, felt the wind in my hair. It was like I was flying. But imagine how it would feel to actually do it.
My dad always said there were two ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave. And he were right. Right about a lot of things. Not that I like to admit it. People need dreams to chase. Especially in a world like this. Right.
The analogy is not difficult to spot here.
I'm gonna take all my mithril engines to Zemeckis and sling them over the edge. I won't have my dream end up turning into someone else's nightmare.
But all that hard work...
All that hard work will not be used for war, Jamie. But it ain't like it'll be gone. Tell me, Clive, have you ever been on a treasure hunt?
Not since Joshua and I were boys. Why do you ask?
Because I'm going to bury the engine schematics and leave behind a little riddle telling people where to find them. A really hard one, so that only the most dedicated dreamers will ever be able to work it out.
Yeah, the world's not ready for that yet, and with the chaos that our destruction of everything magical will create.
Some daft general squinting at the words with a gormless expression on his mug. Like that one, yeah.
Thanks.
Right.
Not how I was expecting that quest to go, and yet that reversal of my expectations actually made it a better quest.
I'll still need to make it a treasure worth hunting for. Won't be much of a prize if it couldn't even make a toy boat fly after all. My dad always said, dream big. But it ain't the size of a dream that's important, is it, Clive? Only that it's a good one. And I reckon I've got a fair few good uns left in me.
I'm sure you do.
All of these kind of endgamey quests have been so well done. Mid's dangerous dream of flight.
What shall I do with your model? You spent a lot of time on it. We both did.
What, that old thing? Not healthy to cling to your failures, Clive. They'll weigh you down, you know.
Sound advice.
Very.
Still, I suppose my prototypes will probably be worth a fair bit when I'm as famous as Bart's the Builder.
Bart's the Builder.
Seeing as you're always strapped for coin,
Can we build
I
it?
suppose I can give it to you. Just make sure you get a good price when you do come to part with it.
I'd say that was up to you as much as me.
From the moment Mid first appeared in the game, I liked her as a character, but she's just grown more and more and more interesting and understandable as the game has gone on. You know, she started off as the spunky engineer, a little bit like Riku in FF10, but she turned into just something very different in some ways than Riku ever was. How's our wall looking now? So we've acquired model airship. And the Triunity of Court. And the medicine chest. Clive often proved a difficult patient. Yeah, still a few to go though. In fact, how many have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. It is from Byron. Bringing together 3 men from differing backgrounds was not to be without some difficulty. However, come together we did for a better Valisphere. The Triunity was but a first... Excuse me. The Triunity was but a first step. A longer, more bitter journey awaits us all. One that will almost certainly end in hardship. Yet what matters most is not the destination, but what we can learn from one another while on the road there. You have paved that road for us with your courage, Clive. Now we must have the courage to walk it. Ah, indeed. Tomes. In search of a lost tome. Reluctant as I am to add to your burdens, I would ask your aid in a personal matter, albeit one that may be beneficial to your cause. There exist ancient texts deemed so injurious to modern thought that mere possession is deemed a crime, and it was a chance encounter with one such tome, from a distance. It sparked within me the scholastic curiosity which burns to this very day. I wish to enlist your aid in reclaiming that text. Should you require further incentive, know that I am willing to offer compensation for services rendered.
Something tells me this is no mere adventure story.
Mm-hmm. An inconvenient truth. We've had a lot of inconvenient truths as regards the mother crystals and the sucking the land dry. It would be interesting to see whether this furthers that section of the storyline, or whether there is going to be more or something different to it. Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Vivian, I read your note, and I'd be happy to help you find the book you're looking for.
Thank you, Clive. But tracking it down will not be easy. Are you sure?
Well, we've got a little bit of time before we need to go and try and kill a god, so...
It's only right that I return the favor. Or at least attempt to.
You are too kind. Alas,
that's what I do.
What I ask of you is rather more trying than delivering the odd lecture. I spoke with Hippocrates to see if he had any inkling as to where another copy might be found, but perhaps it is best that you hear the details from him.
If you say so.
Forgive me, Clive, for asking this of you. But this book, it set me on the path to becoming who I am today. Its importance cannot be overstated.
I actually thought this quest was going to be from Tomes because of the name of the quest. Well, the name of the missive before the Vivian bit was revealed. Yeah, first glance stuff. So the fact that we're going to go and talk to Tomes doesn't usually surprise me. You're okay there, sir?
Ah, Clive, my boy. What a pleasure it is to see you.
Hippocrates. There's something I need to ask you. I've been charged with locating a book called From a Distance.
And you
From
seek
a
a rare gem indeed. Whose name I had not thought to hear from your lips. You've been talking to Vivian.
He is
Right as
always on the
always.
same page.
But she didn't seem keen to tell me very much. I take it she didn't like what you had to say.
And yet I gather it did naught to dissuade her.
Nope, she just enlisted us instead.
Clive, if the young professor has tasked you with obtaining a copy, I fear she asks the impossible. The executors would not allow it.
The executors?
That's a fancy name.
Coveters of secrets. A clandestine organization committed to the collection and intenebration of forbidden texts.
I read that as inebriation.
One such text being the tome Vivian seeks.
Ooh.
Chronicling as it does the true history of the enslavement of bearers. A tale which could overturn the established order were it ever to become widely known.
I would like to read this.
So rumor has it. I've never actually read the thing, or even set eyes on it for that matter.
How is it that I haven't heard of this organization?
Why, secrecy is the executor's
I feel like we have heard of them. Has been mentioned by the Undying.
Only to seize that which must be seized, be it books, inventions, or people, before disappearing again, leaving nary a trace.
Which
Like I should grow my beard like Hippocrates was little.
Grasped not long after she found it.
By the hand of the executors, yes.
Little
But
plats.
what drives them? Self-interest or ideology?
A fine question. Sadly, all that is known of the executors can be recounted in a single breath.
That they exist.
You may just as soon ask me of their origins, numbers, or the identities of their leaders. Any answer I give would be pure speculation.
Then my hunt was doomed from the first.
Hmm.
What was Vivian expecting? That I'd pluck it from thin air?
Not from thin air, no. From ash.
Oh?
Rumors of the executors are rife among the scholars of Storm, but rather less so across the strait. I have a friend. Well, I had a friend in the village of Garnick, a collector of rare tomes, upon which subject we would oft correspond.
That's
Alas,
just down and left from the main
fell dark,
edge of the map.
and no doubt he too has turned. But though he did not mention it by name, it is possible that a surviving copy of From a Distance yet rests upon one of his many shelves, quietly awaiting discovery. If you were, by some chance, able to save even a single book from the poor man's
Let's go book hunting.
I know his soul
Love a good book hunt.
Very well.
Looking for books.
When I next find myself in Waloed, I'll be sure to pay Garnick a visit.
And the next time we will be in Waloed is now. Just thought. The still. There's still a hunt somewhere here. I wonder if a quest is going to open it up for us.
Straight home now. The entire village looks abandoned. Now, which house would a bookworm live in?
Gonna take a guess. It's up here. It's dark. A complete botany of Banes. Tale of Wyvern. Oh, this is about the ink used to make brands. White of flower and black of root, the latter of which gives out an inky gall when cut or crushed. Tribesmen of Northern Storm prick their skin with oaken needles soaked in such, drawing curious patterns about their arms and legs in honour of their heathen gods. The gall is passing toxicates, that a single drop taken by mouth may result in cramps most painful for 5 days and 5 nights, or if applied to a wound, certain death. Should a slip of the needle end a young warrior's life, it is said that his skin print failed to find favour among the heavens.
His interests were certainly varied.
The folklorist fabulary, the Moogle? No spirit or sprite appears more often in Valasthian folktales than the humble Moogle. Though they are occasionally painted as mischievous souls akin to pixies or imps, most stories depict them as clumsy yet congenial spirits who delight in helping mankind with their daily labours. They are said to have sweet tooths, leading to the common superstition that one must not leave cakes or other sweetmeats uncovered overnight, lest naught remain but crumbs come morning. In appearance, they are described as being covered head to toe in soft white fur, except in the small dark wings by which they are somehow able to take flight, and the brightly coloured pom-poms that protrude from the tops of their heads. And yet there is one detail regarding the Moogle that most find more remarkable than even the orb that tops its brow, the fact that the creatures actually exist. Preposterous! I hear you cry. Everybody knows that Moogles are the stuff of legend. I quite agree, but every legend has its basis in truth, and in the case of the Moogle, the fact may be not so dissimilar to the fiction. Ancient bestiaries list the white mole whose feet do not touch the ground among the beasts of the realm, and the illustration beside the name? Why, it is none other than the Moogle. Of course, it is true that the creatures are not known to still survive in the Twins in the modern day. Perhaps their miniature wings carried them to other climes. Perhaps they were hunted to extinction. Or perhaps, just perhaps, they do still live among us, hidden away far from human view. From a Distance, Chapter 16, The Fall of the Bearers. The emergence of the first magic adepts was widely heralded as a gift from the gods. Indeed, the title with which those with the gift came to be commonly known is most likely a contraction of Bearer of the Heavenly Blessing, the words used by the tribunes of the time. Those born with the blessing were lauded as living crystals and granted high office and plentiful reward for their status as chosen ones. Over the years, this reverence for their kind would become a full-fledged religion led by the bearers themselves, a development that would prove fateful. The diverse nations of the time were unanimous of their disapproval of the founding of the church. While the authorities had for years welcomed bearers into positions of power in their own structures of state, they were mistrusting of an organisation led by bearers for bearers. Efforts were immediately made to chasten the church and its followers, banning members from holding office, evicting adherents from their homes, and breaking up meeting by force. The church responded by forming a volunteer army to resist this persecution, and yet it continued, creating a cycle of ever-increasing bloodshed and rancour, and a growing rift between those born with the blessings and those without. What began with beatings and street clashes would eventually spill over into an all-out war that consumed the greater part of the Twins for nigh a generation and decimated the population of men and bearers both. The deluge of blood that stained the land crimson and left an even more lasting mark upon the minds of the Valasthian people. After the bearers' last resistance was crushed, the nations of Valasthir came together to sign the Continental Accord that initiated the system of slavery that persists across the realm to this day. Its well-known phrase, "Bearers are other than human," has its roots in the bitter wars of the years before, being the unblessed's only excuse for their calamitous refusal to allow the blessed to decide their own destinies.
This is it. But if what it says is true, I need to get this back to the hideaway.
Yeah, so the fact that they actually tried to stand up for themselves, admittedly, making a religion for yourselves, about yourselves, is maybe, yeah. Royal Intelligence training reports. In the wake of the tragic fire at Cairn Norvent in 873 V and the subsequent depletion of our most highly prized intelligences, all mainland strongholds were instructed to redouble training in clandestine manoeuvres, improvised weaponry and assassination techniques, and dispatch promising volunteers to Stonehair for inspection. This report details progress made by the stronghold at Garnick in reinvigorating Walood's rank of esteemed intelligences. Some nice tidbits of lore there. There we go. I thought we were going to have to deal with something.
So soon, stranger. We've been watching you.
Hello, suspicious
from a
cat.
distance, so to speak.
Subtle. I know who you are.
Then we need not waste time on introductions. Hand me the book.
Nope.
Leave it in our care and return to your life.
No.
Your care? Do you mean to burn it or bury it?
That is not my decision to make. But by one means or another, its contents shall be removed from the common record.
Well, it's not
Then
exactly
I'll have to
common.
politely refuse. I won't let you erase our history.
Then we find ourselves at an impasse. Very well. The book can just as easily be pried.
Good luck with that. Oh, look. Where did they come from?
Let's see, shall we?
Inquisitor? Yeah, the timing is very, very exacting. Ow. Shutter. Scatter. Spoils. Well, we've got 10,000 AP knocking about now.
Impressive. But we have other means. We shall claim the book yet.
Why do you want it so badly anyway?
It lays out in no uncertain terms the vanity and avarice of mankind. It tells the shameful history of the persecution and oppression of a gifted few by a giftless many. Would you say that this interpretation was correct?
Yes.
I don't know.
You don't know. Your sword may be sharp, but your wits are dull. So let me answer for you. There is no correct interpretation of history. That a series of events took place may be proved beyond a doubt. But there can be no single, immutable explanation as to why they came to pass.
That's not technically true,
It is a
though, is
question
it?
of numbers and of belief. If enough people believe that a set of events occurred for a reason, that belief becomes the truth.
So you're trying to control the truth?
We are trying to protect people from themselves.
Huh. Good luck with that.
Knowledge that would bring them naught but pain. That is all. You may keep the book. For now. The world is small. We shall meet again. Until then.
Wait.
And he's gone.
Damn it. Let's get this back to Vivian. Perhaps she can explain what that was all about. Vivian. I found it. The book you lost.
And we ran into some friends.
You found it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Clive.
Even though I asked this of you, I was not entirely sure it would be possible.
Mm-hmm.
I feared the executors had seized every copy.
I met with one of these executors, and I convinced him to let me keep it.
No.
He told me something. That the truth is just a matter of collective belief. And that if enough people believe a lie, that lie becomes the truth.
It does. But it also means that the truth is not immutable. That it can be changed. Provided that those who wish to change it can convince enough people that their perspective is the correct one.
Yeah.
As the sad history of the bearers proves.
You said that the book inspired you to become a scholar.
It did. Or its author, rather. She was a heretic, you see. A firebrand and a dissenter.
Love me a good
The
heretic.
gallows stood ready for her in every corner of the realm. And by shunning society, or perhaps being shunned by it, she stumbled upon a truth so potent that an entire realm trembled at the prospect of its utterance.
The inconvenient
I, too,
truth.
have always felt somehow set apart from the world of men. A stranger to my own species. She taught me that my solitude was not a curse, but a gift. And that, though my journey to the truth might be a lonely one, what I found at my destination would be more than worth the cost.
Knowledge
Do you
is
still feel that way?
power.
That you're not one of us?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure anymore. Since coming to the hideaway, I find my thinking somewhat clouded. Perhaps the result of studying mankind from a rather closer perspective than I had intended.
Yeah.
The more I study, the more I find value in this perspective. In looking not from the outside, but from within.
There is
So if
value
you'll
to be had
permit
from
me,
both.
I'd like to continue my work here. Remember, Clive, when enough people believe, belief begets truth. Give the men and women of this benighted world the gift of truth. Make them believe in you, as I do.
I'll try, Vivian. I'll try.
I really like the fact. I like the idea that that quest must have been written, or the text for that book, the premise of it must have been written right back at the start of this story process. You know, the backstory of why they are called the Bearers, because we spent the entire game with the Bearers. The question of, well, why are they called Bearers has been raised. I think I've raised it myself. But now we've got our answer right at the end of the game. Vivian Ninetale's scholarly headwear awarded to her upon her completion of her studies at the University of Canva. Another thing. Oh, a new quest is available nearby. Uh-oh. Nectar. I was kind of under the impression that we were going to be done, but I guess not. Banshee. A rank in Garnic. Okay. Treasure hunt. What? You didn't think I was just saying stuff that about hiding my... What? You didn't think I was just saying that stuff about hiding my engine, did you? Well, you know, I've already found a spot picked out and everything. Well, if you're going to go on this grand adventure, you'll need to be quick about your business with that ruddy god of yours. Take too long and somebody more clever might beat you to the prize. I suppose in that case I could bury you one of my lesser inventions. Goodness knows I've countless. Thanks, mid. A banshee. What kind of enemy is this going to be? Oh, is it going to be one of those wind elemental things? They're almost banshee-like. There's not many female enemies in the game. Or, well, female may be a strong word, but you know what I mean. Cheers! Gizamaluk! She's got a spike in her chest.
Harmon's madness lives on.
Probably don't want to stand in that. Oh, don't stand in that. Sit down. Oops. You stand still. Nope, apparently not. Excuse me. Oh, for God's sake. There we go.
Thank you, brother.
Just gonna. Okay. That doesn't block that. Hunter? Hunted? Clear the hunt board. Okay, so that was the last one. Clouded Eye.
Rest in peace.
Okay, well, at least we know there are no more hunts that we have to go and do. They were fun. That one was a little bit irritating. But the flying enemies in the game generally have been very irritating, not because they're badly designed or anything, but because I've never got to grips with the flying combat, the aerial combat, because I'm bad. Shocking nobody. So that should now, yeah. Completes. Everything is complete, and we have 3 more quests. Unless they decide to add any more in after. A new missive has been delivered to Clive's chambers. Is it another quest? It's probably from Vivian. Had a guess? Clive, it occurs to me that a single word of thanks does not nearly suffice to express my gratitude for reuniting me with from a distance. The tome made me who I am today. And yet I thought that I should never set eyes upon it again, that those who took it from me had forever robbed me of a part of me. But now I am whole again, thanks to you. I regret that I can only fill in the gaps in your knowledge and not the holes in your soul, for which reason I shall ever be in your debts. In a mood. Ooh! Torgal Quest. In case you haven't noticed, your poor hand spends all his time late on the rear deck whimpering like Gavin his cups. Something ain't right, and my gut tells me it's naught to do with his supply of antelope bones.
What is it this time, Torgal?
Be nice about Bestest Boy. Bestest Boy has been our stalwart companion. Aww. Bestest Boy is out there on his own. Are you okay, doggo? Oh, does he know that something bad is about to happen?
Pining for something, boy. What is it? What do you see out there?
Bark? Whimper?
I never did ask where you got that anklet of yours.
I've been wondering about that all game.
On the day brought him home.
That long ago?
And you're only thinking to ask this now? Sid saw that the pup had a habit of gnawing on his leg, since you ask. Clap that there iron on him to keep him from doing it.
Oh.
What was wrong, boy?
I'll take like as not. Must have been hard on the poor whelp losing his loving masters at such a young age.
Oh.
Doubly hard in being a frost wolf. Torn away from his icons and all.
Yeah.
Sid would always tell him, you want that iron gone, you find what it is you're looking for. I reckon what he were looking for was you.
I'm sorry, Torgal. Sorry for making you wait so long. Let's get that thing off you.
No?
Doesn't sound like he wants it off.
Indeed. You miss Sid as much as the rest of us, don't you?
Oh, it's a reminder now. Yeah.
You want me to go with you somewhere?
Go and visit Sid, or...
Quick, aren't you? Glad you've been paying attention.
Not nearly as much as you have, Lady Karen.
Aye, good thing and all. It's not like Gav would have kept him in nuts and rubbed his belly these past 10 summers.
Your kindness is appreciated. You've been a good friend to him.
Only because he doesn't talk back like the rest of you. Go on now.
Oh, I love Karen.
Where to then, Torgal?
She's such a well-written... And the voice actor has done sterling work. Hello, boy.
All right, Torgal. Where are you taking me?
Where?
I'm going to need a little bit more than that, boy. Do you have a better hint for me? Unless... you've already given me
home.
Back on the rear deck, you were looking west.
Does he know something that we don't?
Why don't we try the rookery? I haven't been to the island in almost 20 years.
Okay.
Port is older then. Fingers crossed the old mooring is still there.
We've not had any real reason to go all the way back over here since fleeing Hugo and Cupcakes. Huge Cupcake. What is down here then? The rookery.
It's still here. After all these years. A lot smaller than I remember. And you're a lot bigger. You might have to swim, boy.
I'll swim.
I wasn't being serious.
You two go on without us.
We'll be waiting here.
Oh. Actual interaction with these two.
All right. Hop in, boy.
So they have planned it for certain bits. Or maybe just this one quest, who knows? Does that explain what there's fires in the background here, though? That similar kind of thing to what we saw in Twinside. You know, they're things from the ruins underground.
This place hasn't changed at all. The rookery's right through those trees. Come on.
Okay, a new little side area.
Race you there? I bet I could still beat you.
Bork, bork. We're going for a dog walk. Is this his tree house? No, it's a rookery. That's where, Oh, what is a rookery? I feel like I know this. Where they do something with birds.
This was our hideaway. Wasn't it, Torgal?
How did Torgal get up here? I suppose he can jump, can't he?
Coming here helped me to forget who I was. Or wasn't. Prince, shield. Son his mother could love. Had I been any one of those things? Perhaps. What is it, boy? This is all from the castle.
Oh, are these things that Torgal saved?
You bring these here.
Where's that sword?
My sparring sword. Well. You never stopped looking for me, did you, boy? Thank you, Torgal, for never giving up, for never forgetting. Let's take this with us, shall we? So I don't forget either.
Best boy.
That's not the way back to the boat, Torgal. All right. I'm coming.
There's more. Just before we... Bangs in a box. That was a really nice moment, which I was not prepared for, as you probably gathered.
I think I know where we're going.
The sheer density of foliage here is very nicely done. This is going to overlook the castle, isn't it? Yeah. Home.
People always talk about the importance of putting the past behind you.
To an extent.
Without it, we wouldn't be who we are today.
Yeah.
And we certainly couldn't steer our way to a better tomorrow. Come on, Torgal. Let's go home.
Yes. We are built atop the foundations of our pasts. 3,000 renown. Caval's Fang +1. Increases Torgal's attack potency. Clive's old sparring sword, salvaged by a faithful friend in the aftermath of the Iron-Blooded invasion 18 winters past.
Sorry for the wait. We're ready.
That was a really nice quest. Where are you? You. Good boy. Good boy. Jill, are you coming or are you? No, it's fine. Yes, that was, again, really nicely done. There's that sense of, you know, finality of the game drawing to a close here. A new missive from Torgal. Probably not. Probably from Karen. And it could be from Torgal. He is a good boy, but no. The wall has 1, 2, 3 things missing now. A fine hound. The two of you have been together for what probably feels like a lifetime now, but there's still a lot you have to learn about that hound of yours. I'd step in front of a bloody raging behemoth if it meant protecting you, but that don't mean you should take it for granted. At the end of the day, he's a hound, and sometimes he just wants someone to pat his head and rub his belly and give him a handful of cocoa nuts. You'd do good to remember that. Thank you, Carol. Making amends. Yes, this is the Prince Dion quest.
It's usually me making demands of Hippocrates. I wonder what this is about.
A tale to tell. I see what you have done there. In case you don't see what we've done there, that's the different tale. That's the tale of a creature, not the tale of a tale to tell. T-A-L-E. Please don't find me condescending. I am an English teacher. Hippocrates.
Hippocrates. I received your note.
Ah, yes. I expect you're wondering what this is all about.
Yes.
You spoke of making amends with Dion. But I can't imagine what for.
Then I should begin by telling you that I was once his tutor.
Oh.
This was some years ago, of course. Before I joined Sid.
Yes, that is new information.
At that time, I was counted among the foremost scholars of Oriflamme, and was accordingly invited to the palace to supervise the young prince's education, all to ensure that the future emperor had a firm grounding in, well, everything an emperor should.
Yes, so this was before Annabella.
Alas, our time together was cut short when Dion left to join the Dragoons, his studies no longer being deemed necessary.
Was this before or after Behemoth?
I expected to meet with him again. Least of all here.
Have you spoken with him?
No, I
have
yet to find the right moment. His Highness always seems so preoccupied, especially when alone. I would not wish to disturb his ruminations with idle words.
That's dumb, Hippocrates. Go and talk to the boy.
Dwells upon the evil Ultima had him commit in the Dominion.
The guilt weighs heavily on him, I know. But as you say, that was Ultima's doing. Surely you can't blame yourself.
When I first met him, it was not guilt,
but his people's expectations.
He did a huge amount for his people.
And I did nothing to ease that burden. He bore it alone, until the day he could not bear it any longer. It is one of my greatest regrets that I only ever offered him my wisdom, when what he truly needed was friendship. The blame for Dion's transgressions lies not only on his shoulders, but on mine.
I mean,
I see. I'm ready to help you in any way that I can.
I'd argue that's a bit of a stretch, Hippocrates, but...
A wild wyvern tail. Apothecaries across the ages agree that even to glimpse such a flower is to be granted inner solace.
Oh!
Fabulists and fraudsters
Is this the flower that's been...
There is oft a seed of truth to be found, where even the most...
constantly thrown in our faces?
Well, it can't hurt to try.
With the Imperial stuff that he was...
And how will I know it?
Dad was playing with.
You have seen cultivated wyvern tails before, I trust.
Hmm.
The lily-white blossoms from whose roots the poisonous ink for the brand.
Oh, so that has a lot more significance, doesn't it? The fact that he's playing with that all the time.
Only in their purple hue. The harsher the environment in which they are raised, the deeper the colour. There is a waterfall in Rickmal's roost across the strait, where the flowers once grew in abundance. Whether they still survive there, I know not. But try as I might, I can find no likelier location.
It's all right. I'll find you a wyvern tail one way or another.
Thank you, Clive. And please, be safe.
Ever since we were first introduced to the character of Emperor Sylvester and his family, he's been playing with that damned flower. And there has been no explanation for the entire game, as far as I can tell, as to what was so important about that flower, short of, oh, it's a nice looking flower. Yeah, it's quite pretty. And I think I've said that multiple times. It's really pretty. And then when the mother crystal in Twinside just went all flower shaped and formed the shape of that flower, it's like, that's really pretty. It is that flower from which the stuff that goes in, the poisonous stuff that goes in. I thought it was an actual wyvern, as in a drake, a worm. But it's the poison from the flower that is in the ink that is put on bearers as their brand, which changes entirely the meaning of, or at least the kind of symbology of, the Emperor constantly toying with that flower. You know, a symbol of control over the bearers, the branded. That is long-term storytelling. Yes, I was not expecting that, but that's a nice revelation, because I've wanted to know about that darn flower for so long. You know, I've been asking since we first saw it. It's like, what's the importance of this flower? Why do they keep showing us this flower? And I knew it couldn't just be, because it shows off that they can animate petals and stuff. It was because it's a symbol of their authority, I guess. I really like, I don't know whether I've said this, I may have done. I really like the portraits for the different icons. And also the colours that they've chosen to go with them.
Seems this place has been flooded twice over. Purple flowers blooming next to a waterfall. Shouldn't be too hard to find.
Uh-huh. Hey, Lindwer. Ching. Ching. keep interrupting Gouge. I don't know why. That was entirely planned. Thanks. Wild wyvern tail.
Here they are. Might as well pick enough for a bunch, I suppose.
And why not? Like a lovely little bouquet. Lawsman Harpocrates. I have this flower.
I found the flowers you were looking for.
You did?
I did.
I think I did.
You did indeed. My dear boy, thank you.
You wanted to make Dion a gift of one, did you not? Shall I invite him to join us?
Oh, I don't...
It's no trouble. I'll go and fetch him.
Oh, we're actually going to go and fetch him as well. There's a load of lore and stuff dotted around that I haven't actually properly read. And I need to read it all to fill out the 1,000 tomes. That's what it's called. Hello, Dion.
Your Highness, would you do me the honor of accompanying me?
No. It is time, then.
No. Only to the shelves. Our lawsman has something he'd like to give you.
Master Harpocrates. No. I dare not show my face before him.
Huh.
Not after everything I have done. I have taken countless innocent lives. And ruined countless more. All because I was weak. I have sworn to atone for my crimes or die in the attempt. But were I to meet with him again, and see in his eyes what I have become, I fear that my resolve might falter.
Then that is all the more reason to do it. Test your resolve. Prove to yourself, and to him, how strong it truly is.
You are right.
I know.
I must, at the very
You said that without moving your lips.
Gratitude.
I think that's the only kind of glitchiness that I've seen, apart from the occasional shadow issue. Sometimes the lips just don't animate. That's been pretty much it. Otherwise, no bugs as far as I can tell. Yeah, children and books. This isn't realistic.
Even now, I hesitate to approach him. What must he think of me?
You'd be surprised.
You'd be surprised.
Ta-da! I did not write this script.
Master Harpocrates, pray, accept my apologies for leaving your tutelage before my studies were complete. Your lessons opened my mind to a world quite unlike the one I had imagined from within the gilded confines of the palace. and I shall be forever grateful for the efforts you made to enlighten me.
Lift up your head, Your Highness. The deeds of youth require no apology. That you took the time to visit me says much about the man you have become. Now, there is something I would like to show you.
Is that a wyvern tail? The color is unfamiliar to me.
Because it is unique to those found in the wild. Something in the harsh environment in which they grow lends them this striking hue. Their roots are indistinguishable from those of their hothouse cousins, but once they bloom, the difference is immediately apparent. In this flower, I see you, Your Highness. Its
Someone who stood apart from the imperial family.
Tail, with all that implies. But they do not define it. Just as yours do not define you.
Clever.
I want you to have it, that it might remind you of this truth.
Master Harpocrates, I would ask of you a service. Keep your gift until I have fulfilled my duty to the realm, for only then shall I be deserving of it.
As you wish, Your Highness. I shall await.
Is Dion not coming back? He's not, is he?
Our roots do not define us. No wonder my stepmother didn't like him.
Yes.
For reuniting me with memories I had thought long lost. I shall not forget this.
Yeah, something tells me that yeah, that was he's not coming back style speech.
Thank you, Clive. Were it not for you, I fear I might never have found the right moment to speak with him. Not to mention the wyvern tales. I shall plant their seeds, that I might not disappoint His Highness upon his return.
I hope the soil in the hideaway is to their liking.
Why, these flowers bloomed in the bleak, black wastes of Waloed. I'm sure Nigel's yard will suit them to a T. When it comes to expressing one's gratitude, I find that words are seldom sufficient. Here.
What's this?
A book?
A stoler's quill.
Ah, quill.
Or more precisely, my stoler's quill. 'Tis said that an owl's feathers are steeped in the wishes it hears over its long lifetime. All those words just waiting to pour out onto the page.
That's a nice little bit of lore.
So consider this my wish.
I don't know if there's any real world analogy to
One
that.
day, you may put down your sword and pick up that pen.
Well, when that day comes, I'll certainly have a lot to write about. Thank you, Harpocrates. It shall have pride of place in my chamber.
He's not going to get a chance. We got two things there. Ah. A gift from the very first Emperor of Sombrek to his infant son, this ring has graced the hand of every dominant of Bahamut since. The ether it absorbed from the icon over the years, aiding the next imperial sign and drawing out the full potential of their bloodline. But now the empire lies in ruin, and that bloodline is broken. So let it be with Bahamut, as was always intended. Reduces the Gigaflare cooldown time by 6 seconds. And a Stolas Squill. Squill? Squill. Again, very much an end of gamey. You've spent a lot of time with these characters. Quest. You can appreciate the slow nature of the storytelling because you have spent all that time getting to know these people, their stories. You couldn't do that in a shorter game, at least not as easily. Two more things. But only one more quest. Unless it's possible that it's related to those Chronoluth things that I haven't done any of yet. I meant to do those off camera. I haven't done any of them. Nazir?
Sid, I was wondering if you could help me.
It depends what with.
A bearer, but recently freed from his bonds, is keen to join the Curse Breakers.
Okay.
As you know, the work we do is not easy, which is why we test every volunteer's suitability. I was hoping you could oversee this one's evaluation.
Okay.
I don't mind, but why this one?
Because he wants to be a scout. Our ranks are filled with men and women capable of breaking chains and putting slavers to the sword. But scouting, we're few with the nose for that, which is why we still rely so heavily on Gav. And since he accompanies you on so many of your missions, I thought you might be better placed to recognize the traits in him.
Okay, that makes sense.
In those who'd fill his boots.
Sounds reasonable.
So you're happy to oversee the boys' test then?
My time is yours.
One can never have too many scouts.
Truer words, Sid. I'll let the initiate know that you'll be attending his trial, and that he is to proceed directly to Northreach in readiness.
No time like the present, eh?
No time like the present. I'll await you there.
Trial and error.
Northreach. I don't suppose they could have chosen somewhere closer.
I don't suppose so either. I'm really intrigued now about these curiosities.
Nazir might at least have mentioned where in Northreach he'd be testing this recruit.
I'm going to imagine it's here.
I'm nervous. Is it alright to be nervous?
I don't care.
Hello.
Well met, Sid. This is the initiate. Ember, present yourself.
At your service, Master.
Please, just Sid. There are no masters here. Your life is your own.
Oh, of course. Thank you, Sid. The sergeant says you'll be evaluating me at my trial.
To become a scout, yes. You are aware of the dangers inherent in that role.
I am. But I swore I'd face them. Just like the man who saved my life.
And who would that be?
Gav. It was him who found me and freed me. No magic, no support, just one man and his nose. Came and
Gav and his nose.
It taught me what one man can do if he puts his mind to it.
You gotta have skills though,
and
mate.
I've been training ever since, so that one day I can be someone's saviour, just like Gav was mine.
I'm sure he'd be flattered. You clearly have good intentions, Ember. And it sounds like you're under no illusions. Stick to this path and you'll make a fine Cursebreaker.
So, what? Have I passed?
No.
You haven't even started yet. Now listen. Not far from here is an Imperial lookout, Eastwatch. The guards there record all their sightings in a logbook. You are to find it and bring it here.
And bring it here, right. Anything else?
No. Sneaking into a heavily guarded Imperial outpost and stealing the logbook would be quite sufficient. You'll need to assess the situation, determine a point of entry, create a distraction and effect an escape, all without being discovered and thrown into an Imperial oubliette.
Ember, Gav isn't our best scout because he can do everything. It's essential that you know your limits.
Know my limits, right. I won't let you down.
He will, and we're going to have to go and save him.
It shouldn't be as dangerous as I made out. But keep a weather eye on him all the same, would you?
On my way. All right, Ember. Impressed me. These are clean kills. Perhaps young Ember really is ready. Or maybe not.
Oh.
Damn it. Ember, draw your sword!
I can't!
Then run! If you want him, you'll have to go through me.
Clunk. Oh, that's not what I was expecting to do there. That's going to be out of range. Oh no. Precise. So Ember's got issues with freezing in combat.
Ember, are you... Gone. Of course. Scouts really are a rare breed. Back to Northreach it is then.
Kestrel's beak braid? Increases down thrust damage. I could really do with a list of all the accessories in the game. I'm intrigued as to how many I've missed. In fact, I might, since we are very clearly nearing the end. I can teleport, can't I? Since we are very clearly nearing the end, I think it's probably a good time just before I start the next dungeon, because I suspect that's going to be it. Might be an idea just to look certain things up. Oh, has he not made it back?
I didn't expect you back so soon. Where is Ember? How did he fare?
I thought I'd find him with you. He must have fled. I followed him to Eastwatch, where I found him being set upon by a wild Avis. He was just standing there. Didn't even draw his sword. I had to step in and take care of things. But by the time I had, he was nowhere to be seen. I assumed he'd set off in your direction, but apparently not.
I'm sorry, Sid. I knew the boy had a nervous streak, but he seemed like...
The right man for the job? I believe this is the logbook you tasked me with retrieving.
Did he use us as the distraction?
How did you... Don't you tell me you breached the tower while Sid was busy saving your skin.
What? Wasn't that what you asked me to do? To bring the thing back without getting caught?
He has you then, his heir. And he did it all on his own.
But Sid, he
did what he thought was best. And now I have to decide whether I agree.
Of course. We'll await your evaluation back at the hideaway. Don't you leave my sight.
Yes, Sergeant.
Well, he did say create a distraction and get out without being caught, and he has done that.
This won't be an easy decision.
Yeah, I think I am actually going to go and look some things up after this, because we're pretty much done. Unless another quest opens up after this, which, you know. A new missive has been delivered to Clive's chambers. Shocking.
You should have seen him. The thing didn't stand a chance.
Welcome back, Sid.
Welcome back, Sid.
Yes. Welcome back.
Oh, hello, Otto.
Too much of a pain in the arse, I hope. Truth be told, it was me who suggested roping you in to help with the trial.
Thanks, Otto.
But from what I hear, things didn't go quite as planned.
No, they most certainly did not. Ember lost his nerve in the face of a beast of prey, but he didn't lose heart. He pressed on, and he achieved his aim. And is that not what we ask of our scouts?
Indeed it is. Thank you for your honest appraisal, Sid. The fact remains, however, that Ember will not always have a battle-hardened warrior on hand to pluck him from the jaws of peril.
Yes.
All I have gleaned from this trial is that without someone watching his back, Ember is little more than a liability.
Wait, Sergeant. Ember still has much to learn, it's true. And this time he was found wanting. But I'd say he's due a second chance, nonetheless. After all, he did do as you asked.
With a bit of hard work, any hand can be made to hold a blade, and any mind can conquer its fears. But a scout's nose is different. You've either got one, or you ain't. And by sniffing out that log, young
Conk.
Ember has shown he has a conk and a half.
Now there is a piece of slang that you are not going to get if you're American. I mean, context is easy enough.
Whatever you ask.
You
I'll
can't.
spend my days and nights in the pit if I have to.
It's very
I'll
British.
show you. Just you wait.
Daft as a brush, that one. Results in the right place.
Daft as a brush with no
Looks like
bristles
someone
is the
else
full.
we know. And if you ask me, we've been leaning on him for far too long.
Yeah.
That time the curse breakers took some of the weight off his shoulders, I reckon.
It couldn't hurt.
Just don't tell Gav I said so, will you? I won't have him thinking he's been hard done. Next thing you know, he'll be asking for a day off.
We'll have none of that.
Chance would be a fine thing.
Back to work.
Back to work.
Back to
Forgive
work.
me, Sid. This did not play out as I expected.
Things really do these days. But that's why we need men like Ember. more than
I
ever.
expect this is going to play out exactly as I
Best out of a bad situation.
suspect.
Remember that.
Suspect. Expect.
I will, Sid. Thank you.
Quest complete. Trial and error. The breath of lightning. A new quest is available nearby from Gav. Of course it is. I knew it.
Something about it.
Just when you think you've finished, they pull you back in. I also assume there's probably going to be an achievement for... Oh, we'll probably get something for the wall from Gav, won't we? Before we depart, Dion, yeah. Ifrit, you have my sincerest gratitude for reuniting me with Master Hippocrates, that I might embark upon this most important of journeys, my heart free of regrets. Though, in these past few moons, I have come to realise that the longer I spend in the company of you and your brother, the deeper I find myself in your debt. We must swiftly see to the menace that is Ultima, if not to save the world, to save me from an eternity of recompense. Thank you, Clive, for ever indulging the whims of this doddering old soul. I'm ashamed that for far too many years I allowed stubbornness and fear to keep me from something so simple as letting a friend know how proud I was of him. Your intervention has lifted a heavy pall from my heart. Perhaps upon your triumphant return from the skies, you might be inclined to set to page that quill I gifted you. There are many of us who would hear a first-hand account of your time with the Holy Prince, myself included. Gav.
You alright?
Silver linings.
Something troubling you?
No more than usual. It's just... Edda's baby will be coming soon, and I wanted to make something for it.
I'm sure she'd like that.
Back in the north, families would always make
Ben.
gifts when a Ben was on the way. Yeah, I'll let the little tykes know they were welcome in their new homes, like.
So, what's the problem?
Now, the problem is that Edda's due any day now, and I don't know if I'll be ready in time.
What are you planning on making? Offer to help Gav complete the gift. Yes.
Is there anything I can do to help?
You know, there just might be.
All right then.
It's not going to be a hunt mark, so...
A good luck charm. But not just any good luck charm.
Not just any.
No. One made from the feather of a silver chocobo. There's not lucky in all the realm, or...
Silver
back
chocobo.
home anyway. Thing is, they're hard to come by. Had Otto and Karen check with their suppliers, but nothing. I'd try and track one down myself, only...
Only what?
Only the big day is fast approaching. And that's all you need. A feather.
That or the bird whose arse it's attached to, aye. I was gonna start by asking around with travelling traders plying the northern borders.
To Northreach, then.
There's no shortage of those passing through Martha's. I think I might make that my first port of call. I'll let you know if I find anything.
You're a good friend, Clive. I won't forget this.
Oh, God. 4 hours this video recording has gone on for. Well, 3 hours and 56 minutes.
Let's hope one of the merchants here has what Gav needs.
Oh, what?
Excuse me. I'm looking for something.
Oh, well, then I'm your man.
Possibly.
A silver chocobo feather.
I'm not your man.
Or maybe not. Though you're not the first to mention the bird around here. There was a man stopped by the rest not long ago claiming he was attacked by a silver chocobo near some gutted hovel not far from Eastpool.
Amber?
Most took him for a braggart and a liar, but who knows? Perhaps there was some truth to his tale.
Okay.
We'll see. Thank you.
So sturdy.
Aha! Grocer.
Can I help you with something?
You wouldn't happen to sell silver chocobo feathers, would
He's a
you?
grocer.
I deal in fruit, not fancies. But if it's fancies you're after, I suggest you try Rhiannon's ride.
Was a silver chocobo seen there?
Oh, yes. If you believe the ravings of a madman.
It wouldn't be the first time.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Speak with the merchants in Martha's Rest 2 out of 3. Where are you, number 3? You are a merchant.
Do, traveller?
I
The look
do.
of a man who could do with a new whetstone? Or perhaps a bawdy etching of the Vicerine?
Maybe another time. I'm looking for a silver chocobo feather.
If that's the case, rumours are all you're likely to find. No one has seen a silver chocobo for years. Word is they were all hunted for their feathers.
Yeah.
Some northern nonsense about bringing good luck. Didn't bring them much, nor their bows. If any
Bows.
are still out there, I reckon they'll be doing their damnedest not to be discovered.
Uh-huh.
You're probably right. Thank you anyway.
The joys of
Sighted
superstitions.
in the hills near Rhiannon Tried. It sounds almost too good to be true. But since I'm already here,
Oh. Chocobo tracks.
more tracks. And these look fresh.
How can you tell?
The chocobo was here. And recently. Perhaps
Here,
it still is.
of all places. odd location for a chocobo. Maybe we're going to find some chocobo eggs.
I don't hear anything.
But we do have a single feather.
Well, I'll be damned.
They look more white than silver.
It's all right. I'm not going to hurt you. Just borrowing a feather for my friend. Thank you. Let's get this back to Gav before they change their minds.
Silver? Chocobo feather.
It was no trouble at all.
Still, I appreciate it.
Gav. And Ember.
Clive, you're back. How'd you get on? Any luck?
As it happens.
Any luck, you say?
Look. To the people of the north, silver chocobos are symbols of good fortune, the mere sight of one potentially meaning the difference between a failed harvest and a bumper crop. According to Gav, at least.
Crystals crack. Is this what I think it is?
It's a feather.
Where the hell did you find it?
It's a long story.
It's not that long. It takes about 10 minutes. We went to Martha's Rest. We asked around. They said go to the Rhiannon's Ride. We went to Rhiannon's Ride. We found a barn with chocobo feather in the end.
Everything up there's been abandoned for years. The empty cabin made for the perfect shelter. Though I fear my presence may have forced the poor creatures to look elsewhere.
Don't blame yourself, Clive. The Blight's right on Eastpool's doorstep. They'd have had to move on before long, even if you hadn't have turned up. They'll find a new home. Trust me. After all, that's what us endangered animals do. Anyway,
yes.
What matters is, you managed to nick us one of their quills before they could run off. And now all that's left is to fix it to the carving.
Carving?
I didn't know you could carve.
Reckon there's a lot you don't know about me.
Mm-hmm.
Like the fact I'm as good with a whittling knife as I am with a sword. And that bone Ember gave me's a dream to work with. What did you say it was from again? An Avis?
But it weren't your Avis, Sid.
Aha!
I slew one of my own at last.
Well done, you.
So all those long nights in the pit finally bore fruit. I'm proud of you, Ember.
Don't speak too soon. I ain't done my trial yet.
There we go.
What's he created? Ah. Nice.
What do you think?
I think if you ever hang up your scouting cap, you'll be able to make an honest living.
Now will I? I should go and see if Edda's awake.
Give it my best.
You can give it to yourself. Come on.
Okay then.
I was just about to go in. But then I thought it might be better if you went first. What with you being the head of the family and all.
You're a coward, Gav. Hello, Edda.
Ah, me lords.
How are you feeling?
Well, thank you. Is something wrong?
Wrong? No, nothing like that. What it is...
Gav's really bad with women.
Go on, please. It's beautiful.
He's quite taken with her, isn't he?
You make it.
We did. Aye. It's from all of us here at the Hideaway. Your new family, like. It's a good luck charm. We may come up north when it burns on the way. I mean a baby. To let him know that they're part of the family too.
In case you hadn't worked out what a bairn is by now.
Hope you like it.
I don't know what to say. I thank you, my lords, for everything.
If there's anything you need, just let us know.
I will.
Clive, fancy a swift off? I'm thirsty.
I could be convinced.
Time for a drink. We're going to get something from Gav here for the wall. Something that he's carved for us. Whittled. Whittled.
Don't you think you've had enough?
Oh, we're celebrating. I'm gonna be a father.
That's not how this works.
I might have something to say about that.
You know what I mean. Bit of light in these dark times.
Yeah.
Wasn't long after me 10th name day. My mum told us she was with child again. I was over the fucking moon. I was looking forward to having a little one to lord it over. What with me being the runt of the litter. Thought I'd finally have a chance to prove to the world that I could be a big brother.
But
Imperials came the day she went into labour. Had myself a baby sister. And then I didn't. My whole family gone in a blink, while I hid in the cellar like the spineless little arsehole I was. Great brother I turned out to be. I'll never be a leader. And I'll never be a hero.
that's not
I'm
true.
just a daft little dog who comes running when his master calls. I'll never be like you, or Sid, or Jill, or even Torgal.
Have you finished?
That's some rousing words. Couldn't have done this without Gav.
Why? You're our best scout. Because you don't need anyone to hold your hand. Without your resourcefulness, your courage, your determination, I don't know where we'd be. Maybe hanging off a cliff like,
That was only the once.
Exactly. You learn from it. And here you are, after Founder knows how many missions, stronger for everyone. And let's not forget Rosalith. Who was it who freed me from the dungeon? Who was it who ran to Jill's rescue?
That would be me.
Because you're our brother, Gav. My brother.
Your brother.
Mm-hmm.
Which means that when the time comes,
I get your room. And your sword.
Drunk people. Is he throwing up over the side?
I may have had one too many.
Yes.
You may have had 10 too many.
I said I was thirsty. Better get back to work anyway. After I walk this off. Clive?
What is it?
Thanks for, you know.
I know.
Nice. Silver linings. Winter mead for the chambers. A potent potable made from honey collected in the Northern Territory's short summers and fermented slowly over the next 6 moons, said to warm the belly on the North's cold winter nights. Mead. Like me some mead. We have a new missive from Gav. I'd a guess. Edda seems fond of the silver chocobo we gave her. So much so, she's been taking to setting it atop her belly as she rests. To hear her tell it, the rascal kicks something fierce when she does so too. Sounds like with another fighter on her hands and none too soon. I hardly wait to teach Annie, this little curse breaker, everything I know. I suppose we can all celebrate first. We need to get ahead of ourselves now. I assume sort by type. I assume that's all of those. Okay. Wall of Memories. Memories. FF16. All curiosities for the Wall of Memories. Right, so we have the Oath. Oh, these are not in the same order. So we are missing the Circle of Malleus. Ah. You need to complete the Chronolith trials. That's going to take some time. Completing the Chronolith also unlocks a harder version back at the hideaway. So that's what the 4th option will be, I guess. I don't think that's going to change the story, though. So we can do those some other time. In which case, I feel that we are ready to go. No more quests? Sorted. Thank you very much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, why not click the like button and consider subscribing. Remember, you can ring the bell notification icon to get notified when new videos go live. And until next time, cheerio.